Hey everybody, and welcome back to the University. Today we have day 13 of the Raymond Davis trial. This is 9/11/2019. This is the second part of the jury voir dire, and at the end of the hearing we have a complete jury selected and we're ready to move forward for trial, right? Not so much. With Raymond Davis, there's always another couple of things to consider, and you know there's going to be a motion. All right, so let's see what the judge thinks, and let me know what you think in the comments. Enjoy!
Can we start lining up?
Which one did you want trial tomorrow?
Alright, we're on the record in C-342946, State of Nevada versus Raymond Davis. Mr. Davis is present out of custody. Standby counsel versus Claus is present. Mr. Collins is present on behalf of the state. My marshal is bringing in, lining up the jury. Did everybody get the new handout for the new 10 jurors, should we need to get there?
Yes, ma'am.
So what I plan on doing is I'm not going to do the whole introductory thing with them. If it looks like we're going to get close to them, I'll start from scratch and start doing all of that. But let's not get there until we need to get there with them, because we might be able to get a jury with everybody that we have right now.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I've been down to the clerk office for an hour, and they had this thing all messed up because I didn't want to keep on giving you motions, so I wanted to file it so they can set a hearing date or whatever.
Okay.
And they said they couldn't possibly do it now because I told them to court. They said I can come down when I get a chance because it was an online and I've been down in front of it. So there's a couple of motions I would like to get in. I didn't bother to write my usual 8 or another. I didn't want to flood you with a lot of motions because I knew you were getting, I didn't want to agitate you or whatever, but just keep on bringing motions. But I do have a couple of important motions that need to be in.
So, but if you remember yesterday, I had given you the NRS, the 3.20. Remember?
3.20.
Sorry, EDCR Rule 3.20. Unless otherwise provided by law or by these rules, all motion must be served and filed not less than 15 days before the date set for trial. The court will only consider late motion based upon an affidavit demonstrating good cause, and it may decline to consider any motion filed in violation of this rule. Except as provided in Rules 3.24 and Rule 3.28, each motion must contain a notice of hearing setting the matter for hearing not less than 10 days from the date the motion is served and filed. So I cannot consider anything unless the only way I can consider it is based upon an affidavit demonstrating good cause of why it is being filed late.
I was being filed late because I got the indictment on the 4th, Your Honor. I mean, what day did the grand jury indictment come in?
Right, and then you chose to have your trial within this time period.
Yes, but if the grand jury indictment comes in that late, grand jury indictment, I didn't get it until Friday. So basically, I didn't have a chance to I didn't even look at it. And I think by me not being able to file these motions.
I'm not saying that you're not able to file them. I'm saying that you have to comply with the rule that I gave you yesterday, which is really more than I'm supposed to be doing. EDCR 3.20, you need to file what that's requesting you to file in regards to showing late cause, good cause for a late filing. And once you have your affidavit prepared, I'll be happy to consider that.
Yes, Your Honor. Also, I got one more thing. She's been on the witness list, but there was some information I wasn't privileged to, and that information came in this morning. I kind of backed into it by looking through my case. And there's a mutual friend of Vanessa that would like to speak to the DA about this case. So but it seems like, what she wants is, immunity, because what she's gonna be telling is the truth, which could put her in jail. She's gonna admit to being privileged to certain things, like they're gonna blackmail me, they're trying to get my money, they're gonna lie, and all of this. So I really think she needs to be heard. At some point, she is on my witness list. So I don't wanna drop a bomb on the court, but it's pretty relevant. And I accidentally found it yesterday. I'm asking the court that she be heard. Or, yes. I can get her right tomorrow.
Sorry, so I'm confused. But what do I need to hear from her? If she's your witness, shouldn't you just call her? I don't know why I would need to be involved.
What this is, Your Honor, is, I haven't talked to her in maybe 9 months. I didn't even know that the parties was friends. I didn't know they were friends. And when I happened to back into that, I called her mother this morning, and her mother was like, "Oh yeah, they're friends," and all this type of stuff. So I was like, "Are you kidding me?" So then she showed me some things, and then she tells me how this was, when I was getting the emails for the blackmail and all this type of stuff, you take me shopping or else you guys are, I never knew where all this stuff was coming from or who these people were. Now what I'm saying is the whole picture from what I'm getting in discovery, because I'm just finding out more and more stuff.
No, I get it, but I want you to listen to me. So if she's your witness, then you should call her in your case in chief. I don't know what I need to hear outside the presence of the jury. That's what I'm trying to ask you. If you think she's a witness that you need to call, then you have the right to call her in your case in chief, but I don't need to hear her outside the presence of the jury. That's something that you would present to the jury. Ms. Collins, as long as she was noticed, I guess.
So, just so the court knows, the only witness notices filed in this case were the alibi notice by Mr. Bueller that was late, and subsequently they withdrew that and only had one name on that witness list. He says he's given me a witness list, he's never given me that, he's never provided that. In that packet of discovery that he dropped at my office was nothing but Facebook posts with his annotations on them. So I don't know if he dropped it off somewhere, if he filed it with the clerk. I certainly don't have it. And the motions he's talking about today I have not been served with either.
Your Honor, when I got the discovery, when I did the witness list, it was given to Mr. Mueller yesterday. In this court, she heard all the witnesses. When you asked what the witnesses, they were named.
Oh, okay, no, I don't think that's what she's saying. She's saying that pursuant to the rules, a witness list has to be served 5 days before trial, 5 business days before trial. Anybody that's not on that list is excluded.
Right. The witness that I'm talking about is on that list.
Is on whose list?
Is on the original list that I gave her with about 10, 15 names on it. It's on that one.
When did you give it to her?
Mueller gave it to her, and she had a copy of it, of my witness
Oh, the
list.
alibi list?
No, not the alibi list. I had alibi list and witness list, and she got that. I was there when Mueller gave it to her. I mean, when he had it typed up, she got it. It was in my discovery, the whole list. I show you where it's at.
The only witness list that I received from Mr. Mueller was the alibi list, and then a subsequent list that said all those people were withdrawn and they were only calling one person. So if that's what he's talking about, then I do have that.
That's what I'm talking about, but they didn't withdraw. I don't know where she got it.
Okay.
Well, I know what my communications were with Mr. Mueller, so I'm not going to argue about that. But
She got the list. She knows the list.
Okay, so is the jury ready?
We are missing one prospective juror, and she's in the 51 spot. I don't know what
She's in the what?
In space number 51 on
Have I
the
already
list.
spoken to her? Oh.
No, she's further past the 32. She brought up twice. She told me that she had seizure medication that she had to take.
Okay, so let's bring them in with you and see if they can
You go to the list right here that was given, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is the
So
list.
let's let Ms. Collins see it first, Marshall O'Kelly. Okay, thank you. Can you look at that for a second, Ms. Collins, see if you've ever seen that before, and then I'll look at it when we're done.
Your Honor, I can tell the court I've never received a handwritten witness list from anyone before in this case.
Was it filed?
Yes, it was filed by Greg Mueller.
Okay,
I'd have to look at the alibi people.
okay.
And you know, Honor, when I went in front of you, and she got the witness list one day in front of you, she says, yeah, I gotta get my investigator, I gotta interview all these people.
Right.
I specifically reviewed, do you recall that? And I recall it too. That's the list that she had.
That was the alibi list that she was talking about, remember? Because she said, he just filed an alibi witness, it's got 10 people on it. I have to get my investigator to get to each one of those. That,
Yes,
I
that's
remember.
what she said.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, so let's do this. Let's bring in the jury, because we don't need to decide this right now, because we're before trial. Ms. Collins, just keep that list for a second.
Yes,
One more thing, Your Honor. All of them have arrived in Vegas. So they're all, I put them all up in a hotel. They're all staying, everybody who's out of town, they're here.
Okay.
So, to try to tie me for this with no witnesses, I never heard of something like that. She had plenty of time with that letter to go see them all.
Okay, bring them in, Christine.
All rise for the entrance of the prospective jury. All except one member of the prospective jury with the consent additional present, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are back in the record in State of Nevada versus Raymond Davis, Raymond Davis, C340-075-1. Mr. Davis is present with his standby counsel, Augustus Kloss. Chief Deputy District Attorney Stacy Collins is present on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of the veneer minus juror number 51?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't stipulate to it, no, yeah.
Okay.
I would like all the jurors in.
Okay. Approach.
So, he wants to sit around and wait for this, everyone to just sit there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why?
I'm here. She's here. You're here. We're all here. I would like, because I'm challenging the jury pool,
Right?
so I want every juror that was on that pool here.
And if she doesn't show up, I can't do anything about it except for issue a summons or a warrant. They're not gonna hold up all of these people's time.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna stipulate to that.
Okay, well, we're going to go on over your objection. When she gets here, she'll be plugged in. She's not a part of the 32 that we're questioning right now. She's in the back.
I understand.
So, her objection's noted for the record, yes.
He mentioned again he's challenging the pool, so the state would ask that you make the jury commissioner testimony part of the court record.
Okay.
So he's challenging
So
the
I
panel.
did say yesterday that I would be willing to put the jury commissioner's testimony. She's been testifying lately in several cases in regards to how they pull individuals to place them on prospective juries. She's been doing that, and mainly, she's been coming in and testifying in mainly murder cases. And so I have her previous testimony. I'll get it pulled. I'll give each side a copy of that testimony, and I'll mark it as an exhibit. I did explain yesterday that the defendant was requesting a cross-section of what he believed to be his community. I don't believe that that's what the law requests. And so on break, I'll make sure that that transcript is pulled, provided, and made as a court exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. So, those of you that are new here today, would you show me where you guys start? Wonderful. All right, welcome to Department 6. My name is Jacqueline Bluth. I'm the presiding judge in this department. Normally I would go through all of the introductions and ask some of you questions. If it looks like we're getting close to using you guys, I will take a break and I will catch you guys up with the proceedings. But until then, I'm going to keep going with the group that we have. And in hopes that we don't get to you, then we don't waste any more of your time than need be, okay? All right, so the individual who is not present today, it is now 1:30. Jurors were told to be back here at 1 in the afternoon. Did you tell me that was batch 51, Marshall O'Kelly?
Yes, when she,
Okay, so let me look at that.
actually, that's
492. 492. All right. So this is badge number 492. Quinn Chi Vu. Miss Vu is in the very back. She's not present. She's in the very back of the panel. She's not part of the group that would be questioned during this time period. Is there, can I see where she was sitting? Is there a spot open where she was sitting?
I did not leave a seat open.
All right. Do you know who was sitting next to Miss Vu? All right, wonderful. So I will note for the record where those two individuals are sitting, where Ms. Vu was sitting, so I can keep track of when she would have been called to enter. But right now, the questions are just being had to the first 32 individuals. So, before we left last night, were there any people added that I need to start over with? Yes.
The one lady is now seated in the spot that was vacant, and that would be in spot number 29, Suzanne Hughes.
Ms. Hughes. But I haven't had the opportunity to question juror number 1, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then you as well. All right, so let's start with juror number 1. Ma'am, what was your name?
Olivia Harris, badge 461.
All right, so we're going to go to Lynethia Harris, badge number 461. 461. Yep. All right, Ms. Harris, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. So let's get through these questions, okay? How long have you lived in Clark County?
20 years.
And how far did you go in school?
High school?
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work for the Las Vegas Justice Court, finance.
Okay. And are married, single, divorced?
Married.
And what does your spouse do?
He works for Nevada Beverage as well as the airport.
And any children?
Yes.
Can I have their ages and their gender?
My 4-year-old is my 4-year-old son. I have an 8-year-old stepdaughter and a 12-year-old stepson.
Thank you. Have you ever been the victim of a crime or victim of sexual crime?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that, please?
I was 7. It was by a friend of my mother's. It was someone of the same sex.
Was that a one-time occurrence or multiple?
Yes.
Did you tell anyone as soon as it happened?
I told my mom. She was babysitting my sister and I.
Did anything happen to your sister?
No,
Was your sister older or younger?
she's a year older than me.
When you told your mother, what did she do?
I told her much later. She just went out with a coworker and we stayed with her daughter.
Okay. The person that did this to you, how old was that person?
17.
17. When you say you told your mother a lot later, like a lot later that evening, or like years later or weeks later?
Within that week.
Within that week. And when you told your mother, were the authorities ever called?
No.
How did your mother deal with it?
I don't know if she confronted her coworker, but I never returned to the house.
How do you feel about that situation in regards to not really feeling like that person was held accountable?
I don't have any feelings toward it.
Okay. Is there anything about that you feel would affect you here?
No.
Any other instances where you've been a victim or anyone close to you been a victim of any type of crime?
No.
What about accused of any crime? You or anyone close to you?
My husband, his previous relationship was very violent between the two of them.
Okay. How do you feel, if you have any feelings at all, if you know about the situation, that he was treated throughout that process or throughout that relationship by either the police or the criminal justice system?
I feel like both parties took responsibility for their actions.
So no issues?
No issue.
Okay. All right, and so we've been going now for about 3 minutes, and I will notate that the missing juror has now come in, so the full jury panel is here. Do both sides stipulate to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Harris. Okay, anything about that you feel may affect you here?
No.
Ever been a juror before?
No.
Is there anything about the nature of this case that you've heard thus far that you feel would prevent you from being fair and impartial?
No.
Can you base your verdict solely on the evidence that you hear and see in this courtroom?
Yes.
And can you wait in forming your opinion until all of the evidence is presented to you and the case is submitted to you with your fellow jurors?
Yes.
Do you have any philosophical, religious, or any other belief that you feel would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror?
Not at all.
Have you ever been in a situation where you had contact with law enforcement that you felt was negative, like they didn't treat you the way that you should have been treated?
No.
Okay. And then in regards to my question about under our system, certain principles apply in every criminal trial, that the charging document is just a document that is filed in every case. It's merely an accusation. It does not mean that the defendant is guilty in any way. That the defendant is presumed innocent, and that the state must prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you have an issue with any of those?
No, not at all.
In regards to following the law, would you follow the law even if it was a law that you didn't agree with?
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that. Could you bring it down to the front, please? Is that Mr. Gordon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Badge number 463. Mr. Gordon, forgive me, those questions that the last few questions that I was just asking Ms. Harris.
Yes, ma'am.
Were those asked to you yesterday?
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Any philosophical, religious, any type of belief that you feel would prevent you from sitting as a juror?
No, Your Honor.
Have you ever had any contact, negative contact with law enforcement where you felt like you weren't treated properly?
No, Your Honor.
The three principles of our criminal justice system, that the charging document is merely an accusation, it is not evidence of guilt, that the defendant is presumed innocent, and that that the state must prove the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you have any issue with those three principles of our criminal justice system?
No, Your Honor.
And do you have any issues following the instructions on the law that I give you, regardless of how you may feel about that law?
No, Your Honor.
How long have you been in Clark County, sir?
37 years this October.
37? And how far did you go in school?
Juris Doctor.
Oh, hello. Are you employed?
No, I'm not.
All right. Did you ever work as a lawyer?
Yes.
And what type of law did you do?
Initially construction defect, general practice for a short time, and personal injury for a short time.
All right. Never any criminal.
I did some misdemeanor criminal work independently, but very little.
And
Like traffic, mostly.
are you retired? You left the field?
I'm currently, due to, trying to get a solo practice off the ground. Didn't have money to pay my CLE fees, so I'm currently suspended for CLE and some other things.
Okay.
Financial.
Gotcha. Okay. Married?
No,
divorced?
single.
Any children?
No.
Ever been the victim of a crime, including crimes of sexual violence or abuse?
No.
Anyone close to you ever been a victim?
No, not to my knowledge.
Same question, but in regards to accused.
No. No,
Ever
Your
been
Honor.
a juror before?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
Anything about the nature of this case that makes you feel you wouldn't be able to be fair and impartial to both sides?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Can you base your verdict solely on the evidence that's presented to you?
Yes.
And can you wait in forming your opinion until the matter is submitted to you so you may discuss it with your fellow jurors and come to a verdict?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And we will just go to the beginning of that row. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
May I
Well,
have,
good afternoon.
it's actually afternoon, yeah, sorry, my fault. Your badge number and name?
411 Tabitha Williams.
All right. Miss Williams, now remind me, because I know the additional juror that's 4 to your left didn't hear those new questions, those questions I just asked the 3 new people, but you were part of that row yesterday when I asked those questions.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure, thank you. How long have you lived in Clark County?
12 years.
And how far did you go in school?
High school.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do now?
Lifestyle coordinator.
And give me an idea about that. Like talk to me about your job duties.
Basically, I plan events for senior citizens. It's for a HOA in Summerlin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Married, single, divorced?
Married.
What does your spouse do?
He's a sales manager at a car dealership.
Any children?
A son. He's 15.
Ever been a victim of a crime or anyone close to you been a victim of crime, including crimes of sexual abuse?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain that to me?
I was molested at age 7. Family friend.
Is this a one-time thing? Or
Yes.
Did you tell anyone?
My mom, when I was like in my 20s, so not at the time.
And I'm sorry, because I know this is sensitive to talk about. Can you help me? Why did you not tell anyone until your 20s?
Fear.
Were you threatened in any way, or you just thought something could happen?
Just a thought.
The family friend, how close would you say that family friend was?
He was good friends with my mom for some years. I don't know how long, but
Did you have contact with him after that?
no.
Is there anything about that situation, what you went through, that makes you feel like it would impact you here?
No.
Any other instances where you or anyone close to you has been a victim?
No.
Any instances where you've been accused or anyone close to you?
No.
Have you ever been a juror before?
No.
Anything about the nature of this case that makes you feel like you wouldn't be fair and impartial?
No.
Can you base your verdict solely on the evidence that's presented?
Yes.
And can you wait in forming your opinion until the matter is ultimately submitted to you to discuss with your fellow jurors?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, I appreciate that. Is it Ms. Carmona?
Yeah.
Thank you. Badge number 413.
Yeah.
How long have you lived in Clark County?
18 years.
And how far did you go in school?
High school.
Are you employed?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I work for an electrical supply company.
Are you married, single?
Relationship.
And what does that individual do?
She works at a call center.
Any children?
No.
Have you ever been the victim of any type of crime?
No.
Anyone close to you ever been the victim of any type of crime?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
My girlfriend, when she was 9 and when she was 13.
Were those crimes of sexual
Sexual
nature?
assault, yeah.
Did she know the individuals that did that?
It was her father.
Did she tell anyone?
Yeah, I think she ended up telling her mother sometime after, not immediately.
Was he ever prosecuted?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about why she didn't disclose it right away?
Fear.
Was she threatened or she just felt scared?
She just felt scared.
Is there anything about that situation that you feel may impact you from being fair here?
I believe so.
Can you tell me why?
Anger and sadness.
If you were selected, would you be able to form your opinion only on the testimony and the evidence that was presented within these four walls and let nothing else cloud your judgment?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Any other instances of anyone you know who've been a victim?
No.
What about accused?
No.
Have you ever been a juror before?
No.
Other than what we've already discussed, is there anything else you feel would prevent you from being fair and impartial to both sides?
No.
If you were selected, could you base your verdict, well, we already talked about that, but if you were selected, could you wait in forming your ultimate opinion until the matter was submitted to you?
I'm not sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Badge number 426.
Yes.
How long have you been in Clark County?
Born and raised, 26 years.
And how far did you go in school?
High school.
And are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
Mobile automotive mechanic.
Married, single, divorced?
Single.
Any children?
No children.
Have you ever been the victim of a crime, including crimes of sexual abuse?
Been a victim of theft.
Victim of theft. When was that?
Actually, this past week.
Last week?
Yeah,
Oh. Did you report it to the police?
I did, yes.
And was this like in your car, in your home?
It's tools and equipment in the back of my truck.
Is it currently being investigated?
It is, yeah.
And how do you feel like it's being handled?
I think they're doing everything they can.
Any other instances, you or anyone close to you?
No.
What about accused? Same type of question.
Not that I know of.
Ever been a juror before?
No, I haven't.
Anything about the nature of this case that makes you feel like you wouldn't be fair and impartial to both sides?
Nothing.
Can you base your verdict solely on the evidence that's presented to you as a juror?
Absolutely.
And can you wait in forming your final decision until the case is submitted to you and you've heard everything?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Is this Ms. Mendoza?
Yes.
Ms. Mendoza is badge number 429. How long have you lived in Clark County?
5.5 months.
And where did you come from?
Yuma, Arizona.
And how long were you in Arizona for?
For about 21, 22 years.
All right. And what brought you to Las Vegas?
To be closer to my boyfriend.
And how far did you go in school?
High school.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a cashier at a fast food restaurant.
And you said boyfriend, so that means you're not married, right?
No.
Okay. What does your boyfriend do for work?
He's a dental assistant.
And any children?
Yes.
Can you tell me their gender and ages?
It's a girl and she is turning 7.
Now, ever been the victim of any type of crime, including crimes of sexual abuse?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell me how old you were?
I was 12,
Did you know the person?
fairly.
Was that individual an adult?
Yeah.
All right. Was it like a family friend or a relative?
It was a friend's brother.
Okay. Was this a one-time thing or something that happened repeatedly?
One.
Did you tell anybody right after it happened?
No.
Did you ever tell anybody?
No.
I guess I should say, since it happened, has there been anyone that you've ever told?
No.
Okay. So, like right now would be the first time?
Yeah.
Ugh, I'm sorry. I appreciate your willingness to be honest. I really do. It's super great. Is there a reason why you never told?
Just scared.
Were you scared because you were threatened, or were you scared because it's just a scary thing?
I was threatened.
Do you feel that because of that life experience, it would be, it would affect you here?
Not sure.
What about, well, first of all, any other instances of being a victim of any type of crime?
My house got broken into.
When was that?
Maybe 2010, 2011.
And was that in Arizona?
Yeah.
Were the police called?
No, they were already there.
Was anyone caught?
Yeah.
And how do you feel like that was handled by the police as well as the criminal justice system?
They did what they could.
And when you say they did what they could, was the individual prosecuted?
He was arrested and I just went about my day.
Okay, got it. Any other instances?
No.
What about accused of a crime? You or anyone close to you?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
My brother was accused of molesting someone in the family.
And was there a trial? What happened with that?
There wasn't a trial. He was called saying that he was put on house arrest or probation,
Okay,
but nothing really ever happened.
all right. How do you feel like he was treated throughout the system?
Not fair.
And why is that?
They didn't really ask him about anything, to be honest.
As you sit here today, do you have an opinion in regards to whether or not that actually happened?
If I have an opinion, yeah.
Okay, and what would that opinion be?
I don't think it happened.
Okay. Anybody else? You are close to accused.
No.
Have you ever been a juror before?
No.
All right. So it's kind of an interesting background that you have, right? Because you kind of have, you can see it from both sides, right? I mean, you've been a victim, but you've
Yeah.
also had someone really close to you accused of a crime, and that's really rare.
Yeah.
The question really becomes is, the duty of a juror is really just to decide the evidence on the evidence, nothing else. And while you can bring in your common sense, you gotta let everything else go and only decide on what this person said or what those documents said, decide whether or not people are telling the truth, decide what the evidence is, and base your verdict solely on that. As you sit here today, do you believe that's something you're capable of?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Would you be able to wait in forming your ultimate decision until you had the opportunity to hear everything?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Your Honor,
Yeah,
um,
would you,
can I approach?
sure.
Your Honor, I respect your questions to the jurors, but it's very sensitive. 3 jurors have cried, and I think it's really damaging my jury by doing this. And everybody's crying, and every juror is hearing this. I can't believe it. And you're going on.
We have to be able to know. Mr. Davis, do you need a second? We're gonna please go back to the table.
We're going to take a quick recess. During the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to this trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this trial by any medium of information, including without limitation, to newspapers, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. Just keep close. We're only looking at like 5 minutes, so we can keep this rolling, okay? Thank you very much.
All rise for the exit of the prospective jury.
So we are outside the presence of the jury. We're still on the record. Mr. Davis had represented some things up at the bench that 3 jurors had discussed the fact that they had been molested. So Mr. Davis, so just so you know, these are the same questions that are asked in basically every trial in this courthouse, because we need to know if people, honestly, for your benefit, if someone, let me finish. If someone who's been a victim of a crime, especially a crime of a sexual aspect, you have the right to know that, to decide whether or not they'd be an appropriate juror for you. Go ahead.
I think they should have been asked alone. Every juror that heard every testimony, I cannot get a fair trial. You polluted the whole jury pool by telling me sex stories and making these people say this in front of everybody. This is humiliating. You're humiliating them, and you're hurting them. And you hurt my jury, the jury that I got to pick, because they don't heard these stories.
Okay, they will hear stories from people who feel like they were wrongly accused as well. I mean, that's what this is called, voir dire. It's a truth-seeking process. These questions are asked by every single court in this courthouse. You have a right to know if someone has been the victim of a crime or of a sexual crime. The state has the right to know that.
Your Honor, their privacy, they have privacy. Their privacy should be respected.
Sure, and if they request to approach the bench, which is what I told every single one of them they may ask to do, then they have the right to do that.
I didn't hear that.
I told them in the beginning, there are questions that are of a sensitive nature that will be asked. And if you don't feel comfortable saying those things in front of the jury, then please ask to approach, and I would be happy to do that. And if you remember, one of them, I believe it was Ms. Hagan, did ask to do that, and she approached, and we did it at the bench.
Your Honor, it's not fair for everybody to hear somebody's raped or rape allegations in open court. It's just not right. And then it's going to make other jurors hear this. So they're hearing this over and over. So if you keep hearing something over and over, you're going to start believing that maybe the defendant did do this. We got to get justice for this other. Oh, it happened to her. It happened to her. It happened to her. 3 out of the 4 in a row. It happened to her. This is polluting the whole jury pool. I cannot have a fair trial with this jury.
Well, and the court's absolutely correct. This is a search for the truth. Here's my concern at this point. We've had him stand up and tell this jury he's forced to represent himself, can't unring that bell, let it go. He stood up and said, my life is on the line. Now we have this crying, emotional outburst. You know, he can cause this panel to be dismissed, and that needs to be explained to him. Because I am not going to have him it's not fair to the state for him to have these emotional outbursts like we're, you know, impeding on him in some way that's inappropriate, and this panel's left with the, at least, perception that he's being wrongfully treated in some way. I mean, it needs to be explained to him that he could be the cause for this whole panel being removed and starting all over. So that's my concern. I mean, I'll submit it to the court.
Well, I think that would be his wish, right? I mean, he would wish that would happen. And what you're not going to do is you're not going to cause your own mistrial in this. So I would like the record to reflect that he started crying very, very loudly. I asked him to just calm down, take a few deep breaths. He didn't do that. He then dropped to the ground, to his knees, started crying on his knees, and I chose to take a recess. You cannot behave like that in front of a jury.
So is there a special way I'm supposed to cry now? Feel a certain way?
You can, if you need to cry, then you're going to need to ask for a recess, because you're not going to you're not going to cry, fall. There's no reason for you to be falling to the ground and behaving like that. You're a grown man.
Well, Your Honor, I would like to say something. Today was a very bad day for me. Today was 9/11. I lost a friend in 9/11. So every year it bothers me, you know, and to the fact that, you know, I donate to the police fund every year for the last 10 years for the officers that lost their life, the firemen that lost their life. My friend lost his life, and it's always been a bad day for me where I'm a sober day. So I got a lot of feelings built up in me today. And actually I cried this morning at home. And, you know, when I see, and I won't look at the news, I won't look at the TV, you know, I don't want to remember it.
Okay, but a lot of people have some really sad stories about what happened today, and they're keeping it together. So when we're in front of this jury, you're going to keep it together. If you feel like you can't keep it together, I'd ask that you ask to approach, and then I'll dismiss the jury. But we're not going to have another outburst like that in front of this jury. Okay.
Your Honor, the jury didn't keep it in. The 3 ladies didn't keep it in. They cried.
Oh, you mean when they were talking about being sexually assaulted?
Yes.
They cried? Yeah. They're going to get to cry over that.
Okay.
They're going to get to cry over when they were talking about being raped as a little kid.
You know, also I was raped as a little kid, as a foster kid.
And I
was raped as a foster kid several times.
And I'm very, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I am very sad about that.
And the state did nothing.
Okay, so we're going to put it back in the jury.
Just briefly, Your Honor, he's been accessing his phone while he's here. I presume that that's all right. Normally that's not allowed for a defendant, but he's been asking me questions. And so, for instance, yesterday I was sending his stuff over his phone.
That's
so
fine.
with the court's permission, I'll continue to do that, and that's kind of what's going on.
That's fine. Thank you for letting me know.
I haven't did it today. I haven't picked up my phone.
Oh, that's okay.
I mean, it's not even on today. No?
It's okay.
I can stop time on it.
It's unusual, so you're fine.
See, I just turned it on and it was off.
Okay.
Since I walked in the door. I'll just witnesses.
Mr. Foster, would you, may I see it first?
Pardon?
May I
Yes,
see it?
absolutely.
Thank you.
That's a different, I think, double-sided sheet of paper,
Yeah,
Your Honor.
it was the same witness list, but it was just two of them. The other one was there too.
But it's different,
Got
correct?
it.
Yeah, it's different people, it's just, yeah. I knew it was about 15 people.
So we just have to make a copy of that. I think that's his only copy of the witness list.
Okay, I'll give it right back. I just want to make sure I'm double checking with the alibi and things like that.
Understood. With your permission, I impose upon Marshal to make a photocopy of the previous list.
All rise for entrance of the prospective jury. All members of the prospective jury present now.
Thank you. Back on the record in C-342-946, David Mother versus Raymond Davis, who's present with standby counsel. Augustus Paz, Chief Deputy District Attorney Stacy Collins, do both sides stipulate to the presence of the jury panel?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to Ms. Butler Hughes, badge number 467. Do you have the microphone, ma'am?
No.
Oh, okay, 1 second.
I have one now.
Thank you. Do you have any philosophical, religious, any type of beliefs that you feel would prevent you from sitting as a juror?
No.
Have you ever been in a situation where you've had any negative contacts with law enforcement, where you feel like you weren't treated with the respect that you were deserved?
No.
Do you, under our system, certain principles apply in every criminal trial. They're number one, that the charging document is just an accusation and is not evidence in any way of guilt, that the defendant is presumed innocent, and that the state must prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you have any issues with any of those three principles?
No.
Is there any reason you feel like you would not be able to follow the law as given to you by me, even if you disagree with a certain law?
No.
How long have you lived in Clark County?
6 years.
Where were you before that?
Maryland.
How long were you in Maryland?
9 years.
And before Maryland?
Missouri.
And were you there for a long period of time?
Oh, probably, that's where I was born and raised, but at that time I was there for like 5 years.
Okay. And so why would you live for somewhat shorter periods of time in multiple places?
Jobs.
And that was, how far do you go in school? Did you go in school?
Master's degree.
And what's your master's in?
Spiritual and religious studies.
And are you employed still?
No, I'm retired.
All right. And tell me a little bit about your job when you were not retired, when you were working.
Oh gosh, I had several, but the last one I had was a project manager for a federal contract in Maryland, and it was working for with the State Department on international narcotics and law enforcement issues, mainly substance abuse issues, and trying to, how can I say this? Let's see, support communities that were narco trafficking areas identified across the world to have strategies that would help mitigate that problem in their area.
Okay. Married, divorced, single?
Married.
And what does your spouse do?
She's a executive with a nonprofit like West Care Foundation.
Okay. Any children?
No.
Ever been the victim of a crime?
No. Well, burglary.
And when was that?
That was about 4 years ago.
And I can't remember the time frame. Would that have been in the time frame in Las Vegas?
Yes.
And were the police called?
Yes.
And was that at your home or was it earlier in the
Home.
Was anyone caught?
No.
How do you feel like that matter was handled by the police?
I think they did what they could.
Any other instances you or anyone close to you have been victims of any type of crime?
No.
What
Not that
about
I know.
accused?
No.
Ever been a juror before?
Yes.
Where were you a juror?
Well, it was about 30 years ago, and I was an alternate, and I probably, the whole trial lasted for 10 minutes. And for some reason, they ended it.
That's okay. Okay, so it just ended.
Yes, basically.
All right. Was it criminal or civil?
Civil.
Anything about the nature of this case that makes you feel you wouldn't be able to be fair and impartial to both sides?
No.
Can you base your verdict solely on the evidence that's presented in this case?
Yes.
And can you wait in forming your final decision until the matter is submitted to you with your fellow jurors?
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Sir, may I have your badge number and name?
Yep, it's Corey Hardin, and badge number is 432.
Thank you, Mr. Hardin. How long have you been in Clark County?
It's been 3 years at
And where were you before?
Southern California, Ontario,
How long were you there?
31 years.
How far did you go in school?
Bachelor's degree,
And what were you studying?
information technology.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a senior security analyst,
And married, single, divorced?
single.
Any children?
No.
Have you ever been the victim, or anyone close to you been the victim of any type of crime?
No.
What about, same, but in regards to the accused?
No.
Ever been a juror before?
No.
Is there anything about the facts of this case that make you feel you wouldn't be able to be fair and impartial to both sides?
No.
Can you base your verdict solely on the evidence that's presented to you as a juror?
Yes.
And can you wait in forming your ultimate opinion or decision until the matter is submitted to you to discuss with your fellow jurors?
Yes.
Thank you, appreciate it. Mr. Let's see, no, where? Is it Mr. Mays?
Yes.
All right. Good
Yes.
afternoon, Mr. Mays. How long have you lived in Clark County?
A year.
And where before that?
Chicago.
And how long in Chicago?
All my life.
How far did you go in school?
High school.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do, sir?
Bag handler at the airport.
Married, single, divorced?
Relationship.
All right, and what does that individual do?
Call center.
Any children?
One.
The gender and the age?
Female. 30-something.
And what does she do for work?
I don't even know. I do know. No.
Okay. Does she have any children?
Yes.
How many?
One.
And boy or girl?
Boy.
And how old is that little boy?
10.
All right. Ever been the victim, anyone close to you been the victim of any type of crime?
No.
What about accused of any type of crime? You
No.
or anyone close to you?
No.
Ever been a juror before?
No.
Is there anything about the nature of this case that makes you feel you wouldn't be able to be fair and impartial to both sides?
No.
Can you wait in, well, first of all, can you base your verdict solely on the evidence that's presented to you as a juror?
Yes.
And can you wait in forming your ultimate opinion till the matter is submitted to you and your fellow jurors to deliberate?
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Ms. Esposito? All right, and that's batch number number 437. Ma'am, how long have you lived in Clark?
This October it'll be 10 years.
And how far did you go in school?
High school.
Are you employed?
No.
When was the last time you were employed, if you haven't?
Yeah, about 7 years ago, I was employed for 3.5 years at an orthopedic office as a patient representative.
Married, single, divorced?
Married.
What does your spouse do?
He's the vice president of sales for a lighting manufacturer.
Any children?
One stepson.
And is he an adult or a child?
He is 32. He's special needs, and he is employed by Opportunity Village.
And does he reside with you?
He does not. He's independent.
All right.
I mean, he's local, but he's independent.
Ever been a victim, you or anyone close to you, of any type of crime, including crimes of sexual abuse?
No.
What about the same but accused?
No.
Ever been a juror before?
Yes, I was actually in the box, but I was dismissed.
All right, so you were never fully like.
Never fully, just in the box and then dismissed.
Understood. Anything about the nature of this case that makes you feel like you wouldn't be able to be fair?
No.
Can you base your verdict solely on the evidence that's presented to you while in the courtroom?
Yes.
And can you wait in forming your ultimate opinion or decision until the matter is submitted to you and your fellow jurors?
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So at that time, that concludes the court's questioning. Ms. Collins will have an opportunity to ask some questions, and then Mr. Davis will have an opportunity to ask some questions. Ms. Collins, the floor is yours. If you want to use that podium, please feel free, but there's also two different other types of podiums.
I don't trust my big feet on the metal one, so. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and more specifically the Special Victims Unit, I want to thank you for your time and attention that I'm going to ask for the next few days. It's no secret that this case is about the sexual abuse of some individuals, juvenile females. So some of my questions are going to center on that topic. Before I start with that, I want to let everyone know that from time to time you're going to see me either on my phone or my iPad. That's not because I'm surfing the internet or shopping. It's because people are communicating with me, so I keep everything coordinated so we can get witnesses in here and get things moving. So that is work related. That's not me looking at Instagram, in case anyone wonders, okay? I'm going to ask everyone as a group, and if I don't get a lot of communication back and forth, then I'll just start asking individuals. And it's kind of tough with part of y'all sitting back here, but I'll get to you. Does anybody have a certain set of expectations about what a victim of sexual abuse should act like when they come up here on the stand and talk to you? Anybody? See a bunch of no's. Would everyone agree with me that not everyone is going to cry? Some people might be stoic, some people might be embarrassed. Anybody agree with that? Yes. Do you think it is difficult to come in here and talk about sexual abuse? Yes. Would you agree with me that even to come in here, for a lot of adults to come in here and talk about their last consensual sexual experience would be difficult in front of all these strangers? Yes. Most everyone in here had some interaction with kids? Yes. Yes? Yep. Kids get in trouble? Yes. Do kids make bad decisions? Yes. Kids make decisions we would not make as adults. Is that fair, everyone? Yes. Anyone that disagrees with that? You didn't shake your head? I don't disagree. Do you think that because kids make bad decisions, that necessitates the law to give them certain protections? Would everyone agree with that? Yes. Everyone? Would you hold, is there anyone here that would hold a child to an adult decision-making standard? Anybody on the panel been involved with any kids that come from a less fortunate background? I want to talk to you a little bit about that. Mr. Gordon, number 463, since I heard you first say yes, and you're right in front of me, who have you been involved with that's maybe been disadvantaged or in trouble?
Some years ago, through my position as an instructor in my martial arts school, my instructor has a program called Get High and Kicks Not Drugs, so I work with some kids from underprivileged backgrounds and stuff like that with free martial arts lessons, that sort of thing, try to keep them on the right track, and that sort of thing. And also in the school directly, I've worked with some kids who are not from the best backgrounds.
Any of those kids runaways?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Any of those kids have juvenile criminal issues?
One or two, yes.
Anybody else been involved with any kids that have been in juvenile situations? If you could pass that one to your right to Ms. Hardesty, or 3D6. Thank you. Have you been involved with any children that have come from either a compromised background or been in juvenile trouble?
Yes, I was line staff at a camp for troubled youth, and I was in charge of 6 girls.
So those kids didn't always make the best decisions.
Correct.
Would you agree or disagree with me that even though those kids didn't make the best decisions, that they deserve the equal protection under the law?
Most definitely.
In other words, if you think a kid made a bad decision and put themselves in a situation, that doesn't mean the law shouldn't protect them. Is that fair?
Definitely.
Okay. Is there anybody that disagrees with that? No? Change your mind? Okay. Strike that. And we've heard a little bit about this today, but are there reasons kids don't tell about sexual abuse? Are there reasons? If you could just pass that one row back, please, Ms. Hardesty, to Mr. Call, juror 369. Sir, what do you think? Why do kids not tell right away?
Afraid, most times. Embarrassed.
Do you think perhaps fear of not being believed may be another reason?
Could be.
Is there anybody that disagrees with that kids might have the notion that nobody's going to believe them when they tell? Is there anybody that disagrees? I don't see any hands. What are you going to do to assess the credibility of somebody that comes in here and talks to you about a sexual encounter when they were a kid?
Gonna listen to the testimony.
What kind of things are you going to look for?
Other than their words, probably reactions.
Question a few minutes ago, do you think everybody's going to be the same?
No.
Because for some people, like just talked about a few minutes ago, it might be easy to come in here and talk in front of 60 people, but for some people it might not be.
Sure.
Especially about this subject matter?
Absolutely.
Would you take that into account?
I would.
When you assess somebody's credibility, would you also look at their background and their education level and things like that?
I think you have to look at all things.
Okay, fair enough. If you could pass that down, I'm sorry, to Ms. I apologize. I lost too many blue stickies. Ms. Brown for 43, just one down. Mr. Kelly. Why do you think a kid would make up sexual abuse?
Attention, but I would like to believe that they wouldn't.
So one of the motivations might be attention?
Yes, yes.
Maybe, how about to get out of trouble? When a kid pick it up to get out of trouble.
Possibly.
Some kinds of sexual abuse are not necessarily going to leave physical evidence. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Touching isn't going to leave physical evidence. There's some things that just aren't going to leave physical evidence, right?
Yes.
Talked about why a kid wouldn't disclose. I'm going to ask you to pass the microphone over one to Ms. Is it Gilliard? Gillard, excuse me, juror 373. Why do you think, we talked about why a kid wouldn't tell. Why do you think they would wait a long time?
Sometimes they wouldn't necessarily understand what was happening to them, that it was even incorrect or inappropriate.
Do you think there's a chance that a victim might think that they also did something wrong?
Absolutely.
If we already talked about kids can make some bad decisions, right? Does that mean, is that a yes?
Yes.
Does that mean they can't be sexually assaulted?
Absolutely not.
Deserve the same protection under the law that any other victim would be?
Of course.
Do you think it's fair that victims of sexual abuse, their backgrounds and their character are scrutinized? Do you think that's fair?
No, I don't believe it's fair.
Can you keep an open mind even if you disagreed with decisions a victim might have made?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you this. Just happen to be in the hot seat right now. You're in the middle so everyone can hear you. Do you think women are tougher on women? Do you think women are more
Yes.
Why do you think that we are so judgmental of each other?
That's a universal question.
Mean girls, right?
Yes, we're very cruel to each other. Absolutely.
Do you think that notion could be present in a situation like this where you have a female victim talking about putting herself in a bad situation and us as other females kind of say, well, I would have never done that, so no crime.
Yes, we judge each other to a very high standard.
Do you understand that that kind of, I guess, bias shouldn't come into a courtroom like this? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we're talking about the crime, we're not talking about judging someone's character. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's kind of a notion in these cases that victims are victims for a reason. Does anybody kind of know what I'm talking about in that regard? Does anybody have an opinion about what that means? Getting some strange looks. So I'm going to ask you to pass the microphone one to your left to Mr. Hayes, 375. What do you think that means, Mr. Hayes?
Like if somebody's from a lower class or a bad neighborhood, they tend to go a certain direction.
Do you think there kind of means certain segments of the population tend to be more vulnerable than others?
Yes.
Just by geography and proximity and wealth and family
Yes.
support, all those kinds of things?
Yes.
That's what I mean when I say victims of victims for a reason. Is there anybody that has any strong commentary about that? See any? We pass that right behind you to Mr.
Mr. John Barker, Juror 356.
Thank you, Mr. Barker, for not relegating me to my chart of sticky notes. I haven't memorized all your names yet. What do you think about that?
I did some volunteer work at Camp David Gonzalez in California, a probation camp. And personally, I think it's a misnomer that if somebody's poor, that they're more likely to have something happen. The common denominator, to my understanding with the kids I work with, is that they were victims of emotional, physical, or sexual abuse. That's what got them into the legal system. So.
And I didn't mean to imply that because somebody was less wealthy, they were more likely to be a victim. It's just like a combination of factors. If you don't have family support, if you don't have parental support, if maybe you don't come from a background where that's available because parents are working, or, do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I wasn't imputing that it was just tied to wealth. I was just trying to say there are people that have, some people have advantages when they grow up and some don't. And you'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
Some kids get involved in things that are unfortunate, like drugs and stealing cars and smoking weed and all those kinds of things that might put them in situations where they may more likely be a victim. Do you agree with that? Because of the elements that they're around.
Right. And the elements could be drug use in the household, whether they're rich or poor.
Would it surprise you, Mr. Barker, that very rarely are there eyewitnesses to these types of crimes? Other than we're not talking about the victim themselves, we're talking about third-party eyewitnesses. Would it surprise you that that's a rarity?
I believe there is very seldom any witnesses, yes.
Because these crimes occur in secret. Is there anybody that would disagree with that notion that they tend to occur behind closed doors? If you could pass that microphone just up behind you. Is it Mr. Overshort? Is that correct?
Overshelp.
Overshelt. Juror number 452. What if you plain just don't like a witness that testifies? You just plain don't like, I don't like the way you talk, I don't like the way you emote, I don't like the way you dress, I don't like the decisions you made. How's that going to affect?
Well, I think you just have to listen to the testimony.
Can you agree that maybe somebody that you don't like, you could give them a fair shot in terms of listening to their testimony and assessing their credibility, setting just your dislike for maybe them and their choices aside?
Yeah, I think so for sure.
Even if you disagree with someone's lifestyle?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could pass that microphone over one to Mr. Dickinson, juror 330. How are you?
Good.
Good. What do you think about that? What if you disagree with somebody's lifestyle? You don't like the fact that maybe they run away from home, they're smoking weed, they're living on the street, they're doing those kinds of things. Does that make them either less believable or less entitled to equal protection under the law?
No, not at all.
So that would not influence your decision just because you disagree with someone's lifestyle?
No, ma'am.
Pass that down to Mr. Is it Hance?
Yes.
322?
Yes.
Do we all communicate the same, Mr. Hance?
No.
would you expect everyone that you hear from in this courtroom is gonna communicate like a reel-to-reel video of what happened? Would you agree with me that your memory is not like a videotape?
That is true.
And how everyone describes things is gonna be different, even if we both saw the same thing?
Yes.
Does that mean that we're being untruthful if we describe things differently?
No.
If you could pass that down to Ms. Sesame, juror 213. How are you?
Good, Jessamy.
Sesame. I'm sorry.
That's
My
okay.
handwriting's a little scribbly. Plus the postal thing, you know, it's kind of a tricky thing. If I apologize. There's a notion in the law in the state of Nevada that testimony is evidence. What do you think about that?
That would be new to me, but I would definitely follow the law if that's what it states.
So when people come in here and they speak to you from the stand, that is evidence.
Okay.
And it's not it'll be your decision what weight to give that evidence, just like if it was a photograph or a phone call you listened to, but somebody speaking from the stand is evidence. You okay with that?
I am okay with that.
Okay. If you could pass that one over to Ms. Harris, 461. We've talked about kids waiting a while to talk about this kind of stuff, right?
Correct.
Ms. Lawmaker? So is it a surprise to you that the law recognizes that if you believe the testimony of a victim of sexual assault standing alone, that that's sufficient to convict someone? Given what we know about people waiting a long time to tell, like there's no crime scene, there's no photographs, it's years later, so does it surprise you that the law allows for that?
No, it doesn't surprise me, and I support that.
Is there anyone that does not support that notion or agrees to follow that part of the law? Is there anybody that disagrees with that law? Any hands? You can just give that to Mr. Nebecker. Nebecker, that's close, 464. How are you?
404.
Oh, look at that. Glasses time. So your dad works for Clark County School District as a lieutenant, is that right? And does he come home and talk about cases, or?
No, I don't live at home anymore, so, but, no.
Is that ever a topic over family dinner, you know? Not gonna believe what these teenagers did, blah, blah, blah.
No.
No? Do you think the character of a victim of sexual assault should be attacked?
Attack, no, but I think you should question it in the matter of a trial.
Okay. In what way?
Like what they're doing, who they're hanging out with.
So, explain to me who they're hanging out with would influence whether we should give them protection under the law.
And I guess it doesn't matter because the child was still involved in a sexual assault case, so they still need to be protected, but I guess it'd be,
So you're pretty, how old are you? You're just in your 20s, right?
yeah, 26.
26. So a lot closer to you for your high school years than me, all right? Okay. You ever have friends in high school that got in trouble, made bad decisions? Yeah? Okay. Any of them go to juvie detention?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Any of them run away?
Yeah.
Any of them, smoking weed's legal now, so, there's no weed police in here, but any of them
Yeah.
smoke weed, do things they weren't supposed to be doing back then?
Yeah.
In your mind, those friends of yours, when they undertook those bad activities, did that make them less believable to you? Did you start to not trust them because of those things?
No.
So, okay, do you kind of see my point? Like, we wouldn't attack their character, so should a sexual assault victim be treated any differently?
No.
Is there anything that that you would expect of somebody who's a victim of sexual assault to come in here and act like it? Is there any one thing you would look for to make them believable?
Not at all, no.
Why is that?
Because I've just never dealt with this before. I've never even been in here.
Okay. So you never really talked to your dad about cases or talked to him about things he may have investigated of a similar nature?
No.
Any of you that have any connections with law enforcement, have any of you discussed any cases like this or, similar kinds of cases with any of the people that you associate with that are in law enforcement? Anybody? Oh, there's one. Right behind you.
Yes, with my fiance.
Your fiance is a CO, correct, Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
And that's a CO here at Clark County Detention Center?
Yes.
So, those conversations talk about these cases factually?
Yes. The one main one was just because a neighbor in our neighborhood had that.
Okay. Did that involve a child? Or
Yes, a child.
Is that a currently active case?
Yes.
Anything about your communications in that case or anything to do with that investigation, would that have any influence on this case?
Just because I have little girls too, and it's kind of related.
Well, there's no one in here that, doesn't have,
Right.
a parent or they have a sister or something, or a brother that they're protective over, so we can, but that's not going to affect the whole. What's that?
It was just really close to home, so it's fresh.
That's not going to affect your ability to be fair and hear it all.
No. I'll try.
So, you can't go talk to her about facts of this case and things of that nature, and try to get any insight, right?
No.
And that goes for everybody. Everybody understand that? You can't Google, you can't look things up on the computer. If there's something I say that, or the judge says, or anybody says in here that you disagree with, you can't get on the computer and do the independent research. Is there anybody that has a problem with that? Officer O'Kelly, if you could start in the corner over there with
Williams for one.
Ms. Williams, everybody deserves equal protection under the law. Even if you kid, too much caffeine. Even if you think a kid made a bad call, made a bad decision.
Yes.
Do you think women are tougher than women?
I do.
Do you think that's fair?
No.
Do you think that should kind of stay out of this arena to the extent that us mean girls can do it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Williams. And Mr. Butler Hughes, Juror 467?
Susanna.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir, what's your last name?
Hughes.
No, I skipped over, yes, you.
Armstrong.
Oh, Mr. Armstrong, all right, Juror 426. I know you're probably thinking, I didn't have anything to do for the last day and a half besides keep track of where you were sitting, right? I'm getting there. Do you have siblings?
Yes, I do.
Younger or older?
Both.
Excuse me?
I have older brothers, younger brothers and sisters.
Any of them ever get in trouble? Like when you were kids?
Oh, yeah, with my parents and stuff, myself included.
Just from your parents, not like law enforcement?
Nothing with law enforcement, no.
Okay. Do you ever have any friends that got in trouble with law enforcement when you were a kid?
Loose friends, high school, you knew them after high school. Haven't heard from them since.
What do you think it's like for a kid to come in here and talk about these kind of details, things that happened when they were younger?
Oh, I think it has to be difficult.
Do you have any certain set of expectations of what they should have to?
I don't know.
I know I've made this point a couple times. What if a kid made some bad decisions?
I think we've all made bad decisions in our lives.
Right?
Yeah,
Bad shoes, bad haircut, it happens all the time, right?
absolutely.
Do you think some of these bad decisions mean that they don't have equal protection under the law?
No, everyone has equal protection.
So say you leave your keys in your car and it gets stolen from the driveway, right? And you report it to the police and everybody, including DA's office, throws their hands in the air and says, if you left your keys in the car, it's your fault, we're not doing anything. That would be, right? That was your bad decision?
Yeah, in that
We
case.
said it's your fault because you left your keys in the car.
That's sort of my opinion on what with that. Like,
I'm sorry?
can you say the question again?
Sure, so if you parked your car in your driveway and you left the keys in the ignition and the door is open and someone took your car and then you reported it stolen. And the police and the district attorney's office said, well, that's your fault. You put yourself in that position, so we're not going to do anything. You see what I'm saying? Would that be fair? That's not fair, right?
Yes and no. You should make better decisions in life, but
Are adults and kids held to different standards of decisions?
yes.
And, I mean, we don't let kids drive till they're 16, we don't let them get married till they're 16, right?
Right.
So there are certain things that adults are in charge of and kids just can't make the call, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Can you just pass that down? Ma'am, what's your badge number? 467. And you were Hughes.
Yeah, last name is Hughes.
Thank you. Sexual assault in Nevada doesn't require the use of force. What do you think about that?
I can agree with that.
Is there anybody that doesn't agree with that thinks sexual assault has to be the product of force? Anyone? Why do you think someone would falsely accuse another individual of sexual assault?
Good question. They could be afraid. They could be angry. They could be, I think those are the two things that I can think of.
If you could pass that to, is it Mr. Mendoza?
So, Corey?
Corey Harding?
Yeah.
All right, that's where my bottom row got messed up. I apologize. Mr. Harding, what are some of the reasons you think a victim might make that
I could see if a person, like the victim, is like angry at the other person trying to get back at him. That's one possibility that I see.
And do you think it's fair to attack the character of a sexual person?
No.
Why not?
Because I feel the character, I feel the main thing that should matter is like the evidence and the testimony and stuff like that. I don't know. I feel the character, yeah, that's how I feel about that.
You kind of heard me talking a little bit, right, about kids that make bad decisions.
Correct.
Being in a bad situation. You might disagree with some of those might be things that you and I didn't do as kids.
Mhm.
Maybe we didn't run away, or maybe we didn't, disappear from home, or smoke weed, or things like that. But because you wouldn't make those choices, that doesn't mean someone you can't believe in.
Correct.
And there's no reason those people wouldn't deserve equal protection under the law. Right?
Correct.
Do you think we can be fair to those?
Yes.
Is it on?
I don't, okay, there you go.
There you go. It's between you and me, listen to yourself. No one else can hear us. What about the notion of testimony as evidence? What do you think about that?
I don't have any issues with that. I think that's fair.
All right. If you could pass that to Mr. Mays, 436. How are you, sir?
Okay.
Okay. I saw you put your hand over your head. I don't want to pick on you very long. How are you?
All right.
All right. What do you think about what we were just talking about, the testimony as evidence?
I agree with that.
Why would you leave Chicago to come here?
Still trying to figure that out.
Anything that we've talked about today that causes you any concern?
Nothing.
And what about the notion that, troubled kids or runaways, does that mean we can't believe them?
No.
Because that one factor alone, you're not just going to look at that and say, well, bad kid, can't believe it. Not going to do that.
Right.
What do you think victims of sexual assault should act like when they're on the scene?
I don't think they should act like nothing. Just tell the truth.
Like I was saying before, some people might cry, some people might be really shy, put their head down, some people might give big answers, would you agree with that? Some people might just give short, little get me out of here quicker answers. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that doesn't mean they're not telling the truth, right?
Right.
Go ahead, you're out. You're good. Hot potato.
You couldn't get rid of that fast enough.
I know the feeling. Ms. Esposito, 437, how are you?
Yes, good.
Good. Do you think there's a difference in how men and women view sexual assault cases?
I don't think so. I would hope not.
Are you willing to follow the law?
Absolutely.
What if you disagree with some decisions that a victim makes? Do you think that makes them unbelievable?
No. I think everyone's circumstances in their life are different, and just because their circumstance might be different doesn't make them less truthful.
Yep. Mr. Call, Juror 369, I forgot to ask you something, and I apologize. You had a residential burglary, correct?
No.
Was that not you? My mistake. Oh, one behind you, that's why, I'm looking at the wrong row. I apologize. Mr. Johnson, 349, you had a residential burglary,
Yes.
and did that happen daytime or nighttime?
It happened during the day while we were gone.
Metro jurisdiction, Henderson, Northwest
Metro.
Davis? Excuse me?
Metro.
And you said you felt it wasn't handled correctly. What did you feel was not handled correctly?
Nothing was handled, so they did some investigation work and then they left and they never returned. We lost pretty much everything in our home.
I have had my home burglarized, I understand. Did you speak to detectives after they left your home?
I did. I even went down to Stewart Street and spoke to them down on Stewart Street.
Did you have video surveillance, or
No.
were they able to get fingerprints?
They claimed that they used gloves.
So you're disappointed in how that was handled. Is that, that has nothing to do with this case? is it?
Correct.
So if a Metro officer comes in here and testifies to you, you're not going to say, well, Metro didn't do anything on my burglary, so all of Metro police officers are incorrect or not doing their job?
No, it's a completely different circumstance. Mine was a separate instance. This is completely different. So.
Checking my notes very briefly, ladies and gentlemen, just give me a minute. Try to get this moving along. Now at this time, the state's gonna pass the hand cross.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are going to take a 10-minute recess, and then Mr. Davis is going to have the opportunity to during the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to this trial, or read, watch, or listen to any reportal or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this trial by any means or information, including without limitation to newspapers, television, the internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is found to submitted to you. Please be out front at 5 after.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you parked in the Fremont Street Experience garage, you can go down to the 3rd floor and get your ticket validated. It will validate for you. I would do that on this break because at 5 o'clock you may not be able to do it. Okay, thank you. All rise, the exit of prospective jury.
It's just gonna take a moment.
Okay. And then, Dean, are they ready out there?
They were lining up, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll check for holes.
My mom has rheumatoid, so I was reading that. It's on Christmas and fingers or something. But wow, kind of worried
back in, just have them bring them in. I'm just gonna drop these off to Crystal.
Don't do that, please. Chris does it at home, drives me crazy. Cracking her bones or whatever. Drives me crazy.
All right, we're good.
All rise for your entrance to the prospective jury.
Yeah.
All members of the prospective jury present, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in C-342946, State of Nevada versus Raymond Davis. Mr. Davis is present. You please stand by counsel. Mr. Tuss, Deputy Chief Deputy District Attorney Ms. Collins is also present. Do both sides stipulate the presence of the prospective jury panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right, Mr. Davis, the floor is yours, sir.
I'd like to thank you all for being here. I think service to your country is one of the best things you can do. I served my country for 4 years in the military. Today was a tough day for me, so I got kind of emotional. You guys might hear my voice crack every once in a while. But let me give you a little background. I'm Raymond Davis. I'm a survivor of sexual abuse.
Your Honor, I know. We approach it.
Sure, of course.
So, the first 6 lines that he's had to speak of are just gender sympathy. They have nothing to do with questioning the jurors for fitness. As to sit as jurors, he's not entitled to give a character statement at the beginning of voir dire. So, again, he has contaminated this panel over and over and over again. So if you could admonish him to stop, otherwise the state's going to be asking for a new panel.
Your Honor.
You can't do that.
Your Honor, the victims tell their story in court. I think they have a right to know that I was a sexual assault victim too, to make them at ease.
Okay, so if you find that to be relevant, I'm not saying whether it is or not right now, that's something, if you choose to testify in your own trial, that you can do. But right now, you're just asking questions to see if these people can be fair and impartial.
Yes.
So they don't get to know about you serving in the military, you being a victim, things like
So
that.
they know that she's a yeah. She told them questions about her. They don't got a right to know anything about me.
What was the question about her?
I mean, she told them to answer personal questions and stuff. I'm not giving personal questions. Telling them who I am. Don't they have a right to know?
She told them I was like texting in court or
Yeah,
something
I mean,
like that. That's okay. And what the judge is telling you is that you will have an opportunity, if you testify, to start telling your story, tell some of the background. However, right now is the time for you to talk with the jury. It's the only time you're going to have to talk with the jury and to solicit their opinions, their responses to certain things. It's
unlike my counterpart, I'm not gonna separate you guys, take you out one by one, and pick the ones I want all my jury. all
Okay,
the ones
you need to start asking questions. We don't need to dialogue about that.
I want to talk to the whole group as one. So I will not be giving anyone a microphone and singling them out. I will not. So my questions, I'm going to ask my questions. Do you think that a person that there's proof that they have lied to the police, they have lied in pre-trial, and they have lied to the grand jury?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask, would you believe their testimony? Would you believe them? So I'm asking, I don't know what the objection is.
I think the appropriate thing to do.
Let me just go 1 second. So what you're asking is a good question. It's just you can't ask specific questions about this case. So what you can say is say something like, would it be important to anybody to know that inconsistent statements were given?
Right.
Things like
But I don't know how to word it, but that's what I'm trying to say. Put in that.
That's why I'm saying. So when you get there, just say, does anybody think it would be important to know if someone gave multiple statements and they weren't inconsistent?
Okay. That's basically what I want to say. That's basically what I want to say.
He understands we cannot talk about the facts of this case to this panel.
So we can't use specific things about the case.
Right.
But you can get them to consider the question, but just use general terms, hypothetical terms, things like that.
I can do hypothetical terms.
Yeah, but not like case specific. So like what we're doing right now.
Right. I understand.
Okay, perfect.
I didn't interrupt her, but.
Mr. Davis, there's not going to be commentary, there's going to be questions, please.
Do you think a kid can be told a lot? You guys can answer.
Yes. Yes.
What reasons do you think a kid would lie? What would motivate them?
Attention. So if they have an answer, just have them raise their hand, because we have to put the answer on the record.
If you have an answer, please raise your hand.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And if you could give us your name and badge number?
Yeah, Jackie Landy, badge number 382.
Thank you, Ms. Landy, go ahead.
Attention. What are you raising?
Children can be manipulated.
Do you have your badge number?
Steve Cole, 369. Manipulation.
And in front of you there was a hand?
Jason Gordon, 463. Sometimes manipulation, like in divorce proceedings, stuff like that. I've heard of that accusation being made.
Sorry, I didn't hear the response.
In divorce proceedings, he's heard of accusations like that being made.
John Barker, badge 356. They can be manipulated to protect the parent. Say for drug testing or that, children can give a sample in place of the parent that's using it, to get a clean test instead of a bad one. So that's a form of a lie or deception. Yeah.
Anybody in the back?
Could you pass it to Ms. Butler?
Hughes, badge number 467. Mainly to please someone. I mean, something like that where they want their respect, they want to gain favor. Also fear.
Esposito, badge number 437. I think kids could be asked to lie or told to lie to help the parent with revenge or retaliation.
Do you guys think public figures are targets, easy targets? Somebody answer that.
Could you give me an example? When you say public.
Public figure, somebody that's well known, big following, known to have money, celebrity.
Yes.
Do anybody think they're easy? Can you raise your hand? if you think they're easy? She said you're to social media.
I believe so. I've seen it.
Sorry, can you have your name and badge number? I know.
441 Christine.
Thank you.
I believe so. I've seen it throughout, my work and what I do. I'm always online, always on social media, so I do believe that people will accuse those who have higher followings to benefit them in some sort of way.
Kemny Jessamy, 313. And yes, I do believe that people who have higher social standing, to more money, they're more popular, they have more of a following, that yes, they definitely do receive a lot more of a situation where people are intent on either trying to see what they can gain from a situation, possibly by attacking them. A lot of times you see that happen. It's unfortunate, but it does.
Jason Gordon, number 463. I don't know if they're necessarily easy targets, but they're definitely easier to identify as targets for sure.
Anyone in the back? Okay. Do you think money can play a factor in someone deciding the press charge? I don't want to say press charge, but do you think money can be a factor? Anybody?
Yeah, recently,
What's your number again?
I'm sorry, John Barker, 356, I believe. It seems like people that have a lot of financial resources, claims have been made many years past that happened. And you don't see those type of claims usually in the media for like a plumber or a HVAC technician or that. It's usually deep pockets type people that the claims are made.
Very well. Anyone else? In the back? No one in the back have an opinion on money motive?
Steve Cole, 369. I think money motivation most time is more by adults than I would think children.
So you're saying that it's more by adults, I don't understand, opposed to children?
When people target celebrities, most of the time I think the target is coming from another adult. And most times, maybe they're using a child or something, but usually the target is from adults, in my opinion.
as a person that was accused of something but never charged, with it should be held against them in the court.
Objection, Your Honor, maybe approach. Sure. He's asking them to prejudge a ruling that's been made on evidence, and that's not appropriate.
So you can ask them to question their ruling. You can ask them, you can tailor your question in regards to, the fact that something is never charged, right? So you could say,
Would you factor your decision on something that was never charged?
I'm sorry, what?
What you're saying, should you factor your decision on something that was never charged?
Yeah, like, would you take into consideration the fact that something was charged, but you have a different law?
Well, I mean, here's the problem. The court's found by a preponderance that those things occurred. So now, the court's already made like at least a floor ruling on qualitatively what that evidence is. So for him to question them about uncharged conduct now and saying it didn't mean, I just don't know that that's appropriate to the court here, because
obviously it's fair game on cross-examination for him to get into the fact that, with the victims, to your knowledge, no charges were ever made, no, he was never arrested, things like that. So I think he could just say something like, would you ever take into consideration whether a crime was formally charged by the police?
No, that's a good one. Yeah.
Well, and I guess my problem with that is before each one of these people testifies, the court's going to tell them what the admissible purposes are. So to ask them that question is also kind of misleading on the law, because you have to charge them prior to the bad acts people testify. The court, defendant is not charging misconduct, but the court has made a ruling that it's admissible in this instance for propensity.
Right.
So to ask them, it kind of leaves off the purpose for which they're to consider it. I don't know.
I see what you're saying, because it's an element of the court that already found all the kinds of evidence. I think you don't disagree that he was able to ask the victims. You would agree with me that it was...
Absolutely.
It's just that it's a broader thing. I'm trying to think of a way to fashion the question in which...
You should just let Mrs. Collins ask my questions to my turn. I mean, not you, but she should just ask the jury for me.
Yeah, just keep your comments to me. You don't have to make any comments about her.
I purposely didn't interrupt her at all, Your Honor. Purposely. And Your Honor, a couple times I wanted to jump out the chair, but I didn't, because I want to maintain civility and be nice in your court and, not have any outbursts. So I had to actually restrain myself. But she won't restrain herself to the chair and let me
There's a
ask
difference between
questions.
restraining yourself and doing your job. So if you stand up and object, that's totally fine.
No, I didn't want to disturb her.
But you can if you want to.
Right, I didn't want to, Your Honor,
But
because, if she got something to tell them, I want her to tell her story.
I know, but she has to object if you're doing something that's not allowed by the law. And you can't hold that against her. And if you feel like she's doing something, then you need to object. But in regards to this question, I'm going to allow you to just say, do you think, is it relevant to you whether or not, someone is formally charged?
Okay, that's a good one.
And my understanding of objection.
Right, especially since we're going to be charging them that it is relevant for propensity purposes. So that's my objection for the record.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so let's go back.
Sorry about that, I'm not going to see that. Really. up the trial if you didn't have to. Raise your hand and you can answer.
Right, in what capacity, sorry. That's okay. Why don't you, can you rephrase that, because I'm not sure.
I don't want to, get objected on this, but I probably will.
Mr. Davis, do not make comments about opposing counsel, please.
I'm not going to say enough about counsel.
Ask your question.
Sorry, I'm not saying anything about her. I'm trying to phrase it so she don't go.
Approach now.
I'm trying to phrase it so she don't say it.
Do not talk about her again. Don't make any reference to her. Don't look over at her. This is absolutely inappropriate.
I'm trying to make a statement that I don't bother her.
This is the question. Do not say she's going to object to me. I'm trying not to object to her. This is completely improper behavior. And if you continue to do it, the law says that I can appoint you a counsel and continue this trial, and I will not hesitate to do it. Do not reference her. Do not talk about her. Do not say that she's going to draw an objection.
Okay, so no, wait. So I can have him finish my questions for this part of this.
No.
So you're not letting me answer no question. All I was saying is I'm trying to phrase it so I don't get objected.
That's not what this is about. You don't need to. Don't let anything come out of your mouth. That's not a question. No statements. No statements about, I'm trying to do the best I can, this and that. Ask your questions and be done with it. Step away.
Would it be relevant if somebody was formally charged for a crime opposed to somebody that's not charged with a crime? Or do you guys understand that? Nobody understands that? So, sometimes you, I want to explain to you guys, but I don't want to break the law. So, sometimes you are charged with a crime, but no charges are filed or they're dismissed. Or, you're accused of a crime, but the police says no crime happened. So it's the difference between being charged and not charged. So if somebody's not charged with a crime, would you give weight to that? Opposed to somebody charged with it? Can you give them weight?
Jason Gordon, badge number 463. No, I don't believe a previous accusation or charge is relevant in a current. 463.
So I just want to clarify for a second for Mr. Davis. I think what the questioning that Mr. Davis is saying is that would it be relevant to you if, let's say, someone comes forward claiming that a crime happened to them, but the police didn't file any charges? A case wasn't ultimately formed, even though the person came forward, said this happened to me, blah, 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 but yet the person was never charged with the crime. That was, I believe that was the question.
My answer is that's no, that's not relevant to me.
Okay, all right. And there was a hand. So just one sec, let me wait for the mic. And if I could have your name and badge number, please.
Badge number 385. So would this be in regards to this particular case, or is it like a previous criminal history?
So we're not talking about this case at all. We're just talking about general hypotheticals.
So if hypothetically someone had charges against them that were dropped, is that what you're asking? Is that what?
Yeah.
Then yeah, no, I wouldn't give any consideration to that.
What badge number are we doing?
385.
Badge number 373, Gillard. I would actually give weight to that because sometimes things don't actually come to the courts for various reasons, but I would give weight to someone else's testimony that there was a crime committed against them, even though it never actually was tried.
373.
Anybody in the back? You guys in the back can free to answer because some of you guys might make it over here. I'm pretty sure you will. Would you give more merit to a person that makes a confession in jail or they're free? So I'm saying if somebody said something happened to them while they were in jail, not saying that alleged crime, okay, say, hypothetically speaking, saying they never told nobody until they got to jail. When they were free, they never said anything. Would you believe that person? Do you think being in jail gives it less merit, or being out of jail gives more merit?
Grant Nebaker, 404. I don't think where the confession or whatever, like, it doesn't matter where it's said, it's still being said. So you could say it in California, in jail, in your house, it doesn't matter, it's being said.
Do you think blacks and whites are treated fairly in court, in the justice system? Feel free to raise your hand.
I'm sorry, do you mean fairly or equal?
Equally.
John Barker, number 356. In theory, they are treated equally, but in reality, I don't think they are.
So, let me get back to you. So you're thinking, John, I like to call your name, not like a badge number. Your thinking is, if a white person is charged with the same crime as a black person, that the black person would be treated fair, or the white person would be treated equal.
I think that a part of it depends on how much they can afford the attorney, the quality of attorney.
Lanithia Harris, 461. I believe our justice system has a responsibility to treat everyone equal. However, we do know that there are cases in society today that they are not. I don't think all cases play the same relevance in when it comes to race. I don't think abuse of any type or misuse plays a factor when it comes to race. I don't think it's racial based. I think there's a predator and there's a victim. So I think it's judged based on just the testimony and the belief and the character and all of those things of the individual people involved. I think that is probably one of the cases that are not looked at in that aspect.
Anyone else on that?
So it's actually only the first 32? Yeah, so that's
Sorry.
That's okay. The first row over there, and then that's the cutoff.
Thank you, Officer. You think if a crime, if somebody says they were a victim of a crime, told the police, and the police know about it, and the police investigate, and then say hypothetically speaking, the police goes get a warrant. But the police, with this warrant in his hand, never goes and arrests the person.
Roger, may we approach? He can't ask factual hypotheticals that are based on this case. I mean, we've been up here a couple times. He's forcing me to object. It's making, it's making it look like, his complaint, the state's trying to hamper his voir dire, but it's, it's again, it's self-created.
So, don't talk about the facts of this case. You could say, that's the exact facts of this case. You know that. Those are the exact facts of this case.
What's the exact facts? That's not even going to come into this case.
It is.
How?
Well, I mean, it's up to you, I guess.
I'm not going to bring it up. Why would I bring it up? That they didn't arrest me after. I brought it up to the jury. This isn't,
Well, then if it's not relevant, then why are you even talking about it?
because I just want to hear their opinion on it, just in case the officer says, gets on stand and
Then
says,
just say, does it matter to you how quickly
oh, okay,
an
that's,
officer
yes,
reacts to a crime?
right. Okay, that's a good one, Your Honor. I like that.
Yes.
That was okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Does it matter to you guys how quickly law enforcement responds to a crime? Can I hear your opinions on that?
Does it matter to you how quickly law enforcement responds to a crime? Like how serious they take it or how they react?
385. Ideally, you would expect that law enforcement should respond as quickly as possible to a reported crime, in my opinion.
Especially a sexual offense.
Or any crime.
I agree.
Okay, Jackie Landy, badge 382. I think obviously law enforcement has a lot of crimes that are reported, so I think it depends on the type of crime and the manner in which they're able to respond as quickly as some others. But in some cases where it's endangerment and whatever, then I would expect them to respond right away.
I'll ask you a question. Do you think sexual assault demands a quick response?
I guess it depends on when they reported it. If it was reported from years in the prior and there was no immediate danger, then it might not happen as quickly in them investigating.
Chad Hayes, 375. Yes, they should always immediately respond, and if it is anything with a sexual minor, then it should be a priority.
I 100% agree.
Steve Cole, 369. You'd have to look at if there was something extenuating circumstances that, or new evidence that came into something that would take a part in it too. So if something came up, there was new evidence, then that might mean there was a delay.
So, Steve, what would you think would make a delay?
Well, sometimes it can be, it could be, I'm trying to think of the word, DNA or something, a delay in DNA or something that takes time to get evidence that could create a delay before people went for prosecution.
What about if there is no physical evidence?
Then you'd have to kind of weigh the matter. You'd have to weigh the matter.
Thank you, Steve.
Can you pass that behind you, Ms. Harris?
Maythia Harris, 461. I believe that law enforcement should respond to any situation quickly. However, I think just like in any situation where you have a he say, she say, it does require an investigation. And I think in any part of law enforcement, it requires full cooperation. So because we know that sexual abuse cases or whatever and we've all agreed that people may not come, forward quickly. So I think it also depends on the cooperation of the persons involved and how much they're willing to share and not share, and at the times that they are. You often see that they come forward and they don't, and so I think all of the things, they can only do as much as they can, and he say, she say, because it is our right for them to respond, but we also want them to take the matters seriously and represent both sides.
Yeah, Mrs. Harris, you made great points. Also, do you think during a response, the officer should maybe go to the scene of the alleged crime?
I think when an investigation happens, all the details that are involved should be investigated. Absolutely.
Yes, I agree with you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, do you think the officer should try to interview the person that he thinks committed the crime?
I think all parties involved all sides and all parties involved deserves some attention to it. Like I said, things come at different times, as we know. In any investigation, it can vary because like the gentleman said ahead, new evidence come or new factors come into play that they have to consider. Also, when things come and they identify that it's not the truth, or there's, I think an investigation is what it is, and it can play a big factor. And if they're really doing their job, then it's going to take time.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Mrs. Harris.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Do you guys think dates of time of alleged crimes is important, or just a general 1 year window or 2 year window?
First, all your questions to hypotheticals, please.
Hypothetically speaking, hypothetically speaking, say someone comes forward and their statement, what they say to police, excuse me guys, I gotta get my train of thought together on this one. So hypothetically speaking, say a sexual assault, alleged sexual assault victim or sexual assault victim says something happened this year. They pick a year. And they said, this happened. This is, I'm 100% sure this is the year I was sexually assaulted. But it's proven that it was impossible for it to happen that year. They hold any merit to you? Right. Officer Kelly?
You raised the same.
If it's factually impossible for a person to have been assaulted in that year, then that would certainly be relevant.
Grant Nebuchadnezzar 404. Yeah, it would definitely hold some merit if it. 404. I think that goes along with common sense. If it can't be done, it can't be done.
Right.
But definitely going through Like, I can't think back to specific dates from even 3 years ago. So depending on where it was, you know.
I can't think back to 2 days ago.
Yeah, especially dealing with a traumatic experience.
Right.
Trying to put timelines on stuff can be tricky. So
Right.
if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit.
There you go. Gotta quit.
Badge number 436, Vincent Mack. No, I don't agree with that. It could have happened, but they could have the wrong date.
Yes.
But it still could have happened.
Well, what about the wrong year?
That's the same thing. For a minor, it all could blur together. They could think last year, but it really happened year before last. Because they were scared and don't remember when, but they remember exactly what happened.
Okay, Vince, let's hit on that point. What about if a police officer gave you that year?
He could have got it from them.
So
he just going on their testimony. So he just investigating what they said. So if they said it happened in 77, and it really happened in 75, but the kid don't know, he still got to investigate 77.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct, Vince. So if the officer, let's go back to 77. That was a good year. So if the alleged crime happened, they said the alleged crime, if the officer said the alleged crime happened in 77, but the officer finds out that this was impossible that it happened in 77, that it happened in 78, if it ever happened. Would that have any merit on you?
No, not really.
What about if they can't produce evidence from 77, but they got paperwork from 78?
I don't know about that.
So, if you're a police officer, hypothetically speaking, your victim says something happened in 77. But you found out it was impossible that it happened in 77, but you think it could have possibly happened in 78. Wouldn't you say, okay, 78, I'll change to 77, I'll go to 78?
Yeah, but the officer can't do that. He got to only go back the evidence, what they said.
Why can't he change? Why can't he help with it? I mean, why wouldn't he be able to do that?
Because then that throw all this out. It's illegal. He can't do that.
Really?
Well, you're supposed to do that.
Throw it all out? So, I like that point. I never thought of that. You're educating me, Vince. I'm learning from you. I'm learning. Because, like you guys, I don't know what the hell is going on. This is all new to me. I don't know I'm on the fly. I've been working on this 5 days.
Okay, so we're not going to have any comments like that. Mr. Davis has the right to represent himself. He has chosen to represent himself in this matter.
Right.
And so that is your choice, which you've elected, and we're respecting that right.
So, Mr. Vincent, back to my point. I really like your points. So, basically, you're saying that the year is off, but they know the correct year or the year that it allegedly happened. Either they need to throw it out, fix the year, or I don't know what else they can do with it. Anyone else got any suggestions on that?
441, Christine. I do believe that time does affect a person's memory. It's not a record player. Obviously, we can't positively identify all the facts, especially if it's been years past. But I think if a crime is committed, a crime is committed, and it needs to be investigated. But it's understood that a lot of victims go through PTSD or their memory could be logged. So regardless, I think if everyone is doing their job, judges, courts, police officers, it all needs to be investigated as best as it could.
Yes, I agree with you, Christine. I really agree. Okay, now, on your point, Christine, I want to ask you a question. Say if a person, hypothetically speaking, and these are not ages in this crime, I mean, this trial, so I'm using ages, just to show you guys, so it's not the ages of the alleged victim. So say someone is 6 years old, hypothetically speaking, and they allege this happened to them when they were 6 years old, hypothetically speaking. But say that person, so say now they were charged, they got a person charged, and the crimes of, say, a 6-year-old, crimes against, say, a 6-year-old opposed to an 8-year-old, it's different charges. So what I'm trying to say is, one is more severe.
I don't think.
So, I'm sorry, that was objected to and is sustained, so Mr. Davis has to come up with a different question.
She said she wanted to approach.
I know this now.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't.
Okay, I get a different angle at this. Say someone says something happened at a certain age, but it is proven beyond a reasonable doubt that that possibly couldn't have been their age. And I don't want to ask that question. So I'll go on to my next question. Thank you, Christina. Your answers were great. I don't want to go into the trial details. So that's number you again, Christina? 441. 441. What do you guys think about your fellow jurors? What do you guys think about this juror pool? What do you think about the makeup of it? Nancy?
I think it's fair so far.
I'm sorry, you what?
Think it's fair. Thank you.
You think
It's a diverse group of people, a fair group of people.
you think it's fair? I love this group of people. I love to be honest. But
No, is there a question?
yeah,
Not
yes,
statements,
yes,
questions.
yes. Yes.
Tammy Esposito, 437. I think it's a great group. I think you have a great representation of age and ethnicity and experiences and education. I can't imagine a group that would be more diverse to listen to this trial and to make a decision. I think it's a great group. I mean, you've got a wealth of experiences, and you know, some people have backgrounds that are similar. They have experiences that are similar to what they're going to be listening to, but they've all indicated that they can be fair, and I believe they can be. I don't think there would be anybody here if they didn't think they could be fair. There wouldn't be any reason for them to stay if they don't think they couldn't be fair.
I agree. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What race am I?
I don't know. I would say that you're black, but I don't know that for sure.
Am I male or female?
You're male, as far as I can tell.
Look at the jury pool.
Yeah?
Do you see any black males there?
No, but I don't think it's something intentional. I was in the selection. I was in the group that were selected. If there's no black males here in this jury, if there isn't.
So I just want to note for the record that there's 2 black males.
Is there? Are they behind me?
To your left.
Okay.
You guys are
These 2. Let's see, I'm colorblind apparently because
Christina.
Tammy.
I'm colorblind.
Yeah, I've been talking to these 2 guys for 2 days. Oh, they're black? Okay.
And I see that. And I see that. But something is happening in America that you guys should be very upset about.
But this is an individual trial. This isn't, we're in America, but this is an instance. This isn't, nothing should be considered other than what's taking place in this room. Nothing should be considered other than what's taking place in this room and what will be taking place in this room. Nothing.
Christina.
Tammy.
Tammy.
That's a Christina.
Do you think racism exists in America?
I think it exists, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, it does.
Christina?
Tammy?
I do not believe it exists.
Okay, I believe it does. In my heart, it doesn't. Again, I've been talking to these 2 gentlemen all the last 2 days.
I do not believe.
Question. I need a question.
Yes.
So, no, it's
No.
not. I'm not.
I'm saying yes, it does exist.
Not you.
Okay. Okay.
Anyone else want to
Here.
question racism?
Sorry, this isn't a question. 373. I believe you get to choose 12 and then 2 alternates, so you get to narrow us down to 14. So then you can make it the makeup, or you get a say in the makeup of what your jury is, and that we're getting close to that to actually happening. So you get to have an influence as to who your jury is.
What if the pool don't allow you to?
But you do. You're right.
So I can just say I want to put the Asian guy on the jury pool. I can just go get an Asian guy and put him on my pool.
If they're one of the 30-something, then yes, you can.
I can pick one.
I believe so.
No.
You get to ask questions. You don't get to tell them if they're right or wrong.
I won't.
Out of the 32, you get to select. She's correct.
Out of the 32?
32. So these guys in the first row there.
14 total. 12 will be your actual jury. I was on a jury. And 2 will be your alternate. So you get to narrow it down to 14 of us.
What batch number are you again?
373.
And then you have another answer over to your left. Go ahead, sir.
Let me see.
But
Go ahead, Vince.
if you don't see color, it doesn't matter what the jury look like. If you say you don't see race, it don't matter if they all green.
It's true. That's very true. But you have a constitutional right to a jury of your peers.
So this is Mr. Mays, badge number 436, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mays. Sorry.
You have a constitutional right to a jury of your peers. There's case law on that.
Correct.
All over. And a lot of people are not being afforded that.
Is there a question, sir?
Yes, ma'am?
So this process is for questions. You don't just indoctrinate or say statements, okay? So we have to ask questions.
Here's another. Say you got a coworker. You guys been co-workers for years. You work in the same office. Your kids go to the same school. You eat lunch together. You see each other every day. Now, a stranger comes to your workplace. Would you be more inclined to help that stranger or your coworker?
Jeremy, badge number is 354. I think it's reasonable to assume that most of us would be more comfortable with somebody that we're familiar with than with a stranger. Not necessarily that we wouldn't help somebody that's a stranger, but in general, we tend to be more comfortable with people that we know.
Yes, I agree. And so you'd be more comfortable to help your coworker, obviously. I would too. I feel the same way you feel about that. But subconsciously, is that fair to treat someone better because they're your coworker? I mean, would you feel?
No, it's not. We should be open-minded and willing to treat everyone equally. But the reality of the situation, if we are not consciously thinking about from that perspective, we're generally going to be more comfortable around people that we know.
Yes, I agree. 100% agree. You couldn't have put it better. I just love the way you put it. I wish I could put things that way. I mean, you are good.
Questions, please?
Officer Carroll.
To answer the previous question, honestly, I'd probably rather help a stranger than a coworker, just because, like, a coworker or a family member, I mean, I'd want to help them to an extent, but I feel like they might want to, like, take advantage of that or, like, overuse my, kindness. So I'm more willing, honestly, to probably help a stranger.
Jason Gordon, number 463.
I'm so sorry, I forgot.
Don't worry about it.
I'm 386. Amanda.
Jason Gordon, 463. I'd say that everything that's been said is probably correct, unless, of course, I happen to know that this coworker I see every day, and I see them every day, and in that relationship is determined that I hate them and they're a dirty, rotten scumbag. I might be more inclined to help a stranger, but it would depend on the coworker, I would imagine.
Yeah, I agree. Anybody else got anything on coworkers opposed to strangers? If somebody got on a stand, they swore. Tell the truth, nothing but the truth. Swore on the oath and you will support it. And then you found out by listening and taking notes, which is what I really want you guys to do, who makes a jury, I want you to really take notes. So you find out by listening to them, by their previous testimony or cross-examination, you catch them in a lie. Now, did you give that any merit?
Amanda, number 386. Yeah.
I got you memorized.
What I would do is I'd definitely question it if I felt like facts weren't lining up correctly, and then that way I could try to see, because it's under oath, so I'd try to figure out why things weren't lining up correctly.
So hypothetically speaking, if somebody told that this happened this day, but then you find out that it's proven, not hearsay, but it's proven that they are making it up, would you be inclined to believe them? Or
Well, I think the court would have to throw it out if it's not matching up, because everything's said under oath. So it's going to be to the best of their knowledge or their ability to recall it.
That's a good response. You stumped me. Court throwing it out. Can I approach?
Approach me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just wait for Ms. Collins.
Yeah, I know.
Her answer was, her answer is, I mean, I don't know your rule. I mean, what she answered is they would throw them out of court, I mean, throw it out, or if somebody's proven lying on the stand. I don't think you stop the procedure and stop the trial, right? Right, we go on.
You can just point out the inconsistency,
Inconsistency.
and then that would be up to the jury to decide.
Okay, because I wanted to answer the question. Okay, thank
But
you.
you can't answer the question, so you can just ask questions.
Right.
But you're not going to.
Yeah, I can't answer the question.
And how much more do you think you have?
I only got a little more.
Okay, because it's 4:15 now. If you guys want to get a jury today, I just wanted to know how much you had. It's no big deal.
No, we'll be done before 5.
okay.
We'll be probably done in about 20 minutes.
Take as much time as you need. I'm just trying to gauge if they're going to need another break or something like that.
Let's give them another break.
And we're not going to do that now.
All right.
We're going to keep going.
Okay.
Grade 6, you said that?
No.
Yeah, so you were saying, see, we went up there just for you. So you're saying that if the stories are inconsistent, once they swear in, that you think it should be thrown out? Should have no merit, no weight.
Well, I would think the evidence that contradicts or is proven incorrect evidence should be taken out.
Anybody else got it? Jeremy, right? See, I remember your name. I don't remember yours. Vincent.
Badge 354. I think the burden of being in a jury is to do the best you can with the facts that are provided to discern what is true. People lie. People lie under oath. People lie when they're not under oath. If everybody told the truth, life would be much, much easier. That's not the case. So as a juror, that is the challenge, is to take what evidence is provided, listen to the testimonies, try to understand the situations and the evidence that's been provided through that testimony and make the correlations the best you can. That's probably the biggest challenge as a juror is you're not going to know whether or not somebody's telling the truth 100%. You're going to have to go through that process and try to discern the best you can.
So, so basically putting on your judgment if they're lying or not, you will make your decision based on that.
There is potential for, I mean, I have no idea of this situation, but if there were facts that do not line up, there's two things that could happen. It could be a lie or it could be a misremembering. Depends on when the event happened, what age the person was at that time, what age they are now, the amount of time that have passed. There's a lot of things that go into making that determination that I wouldn't be comfortable saying yes or no at this point. If during the process I could see that there were inconsistencies and based on the time of the event and the age of the person and the age of the person now and all of that coming together, then I would have to make a decision whether or not I thought that those inconsistencies in their stories were based on that length of time, or if they're in fact being dishonest on the stand. It really has to come down to not just a simple, quick answer of yes or no, they're lying. You have to look at the big picture of the evidence that's presented.
Very good. That's very good.
Jackie Landy, badge 382. I believe when you uncover that there is a lie, that you have to look at all the other mitigating circumstances surrounding that there are many people, there are people that may lie under oath, and that might not faze them that they're under oath. But I also think that it also comes down to the fact as a juror, the burden of proof is on the plaintiff, and so that's also a factor.
Tammy Esposito, 437. I think that the question that you're asking, I think as jurors we have to look at this as putting a big puzzle together, and there's all the pieces of the puzzle. And the question that you're asking is just one piece of that puzzle. And so it's very difficult. I loved the answers of both of those jurors, by the way, great answers. But it's a big puzzle, and that one piece is just going to be the one big puzzle that we have to put together and figure out what it looks like. And to ask a question about one specific part of the case, you have to look at it as a whole. You can't look at it as just a part. And I understand you want the opinion of the jurors as far as what they would do in a particular incident or particular case, but we have to look at the whole picture, not just a piece of the puzzle, and figure out what's going on by looking at the whole thing once the whole thing is presented.
Do you guys think police should be accountable for lies? Held accountable for their lies? Let me hear your opinion on it. This is a great officer, you guys. He's the best.
Jackie Landy, 382. I think we're all citizens and should be accountable for all the things that we do and say, regardless if it's police or enforcement.
Grant Nebeker, 404. Yeah, police should be held accountable just like we are. Not above the law just because they have a badge and a gun. So, yeah.
What about somebody who's protected from immunity, like a DA?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean they're protected by immunity? survivor and everything.
So-
Like what they can't be prosecuted for.
Yes.
So,
I can't tell you, but I
Are you
can't.
asking if prosecutors should be held to the same standard of
Yes.
law?
well, yeah, everybody should be politicians. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The president, who, yeah,
So the president got, speaking of the president,
yeah. Here we go.
well, I have nothing against the president. You guys, I was in the Army. I respect
Even question.
the office of the United States. Trust me. I would never say anything bad about the president. Just let you know.
No.
So, certain people are above the law. Do you think that's good?
Well, I think that's an opinion. But
what-
if it, no, it's not good. But that's an opinion.
What do you think what if it's a fact?
Well, it's not. You could ask everybody in
Well,
here, and everybody's going to.
hypothetically speaking,
Yeah.
If you thought that cop did something wrong,
Yeah.
or falsified, hypothetically speaking, falsified evidence, what do you think you can possibly do? What would you do?
What would I do?
Yes.
I don't know what I would do. But if somebody's breaking the law, bottom line is if somebody's breaking the law, they need to be held accountable.
I wanna
Yes, I'm sure people get away with stuff, but
I want to hear what you
That's
would
not-
do if you found a cop had falsified, hypothetically speaking, falsified evidence and did some unethical things. What would you do?
What would he do?
well, yeah, I work on school buses, so I'm not going to do anything. But
You just said turn that bus around.
you know, yeah. He needs to be held accountable.
What did we do?
That's what I believe happens is.
Who
Let
are
him finish. You gotta let him finish his statement. Go ahead, sir.
There's got to be accountability. You know, these people were put in office. You know, they're either voted in or they go through a rigorous process. It's not like we just go out there and say, hey, we're going to, pick you to be in charge of stuff. So it needs to be. There's accountability. There's all kinds of stuff that keep people accountable.
But what I'm trying to get at is, and I want to ask this in a question, and I keep asking it, but you can't find the answer. So hypothetically speaking, you're arrested. You look at the charging papers, it's all lies. You prove that it's not the truth.
Yeah.
You can prove it. You got evidence that this is not true.
Yeah.
It's impossible. But who do you go to?
You get an attorney and you don't defend yourself. I don't know.
Attorney? Like me?
Kind of.
I paid $10,000 for an attorney.
Well, I don't know.
He did nothing.
Yeah.
You know what he did?
No, we're not doing this. Do you have any more questions?
No, I mean, he brought
No,
up
I
the attorney.
don't care what you brought up. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
There was.
Steve Cole, 369. If my civil rights were violated, I'd get a civil rights attorney. That's what I would do. I wouldn't represent myself.
Jason Norton, 463. At the end of the day, I'd go to those people, supervisors, I'd go to the press.
You go to the press.
I'd go to the press.
So, keep the mic here. So you would go to the press on the police,
If I needed to, sure.
and you would stay in that town.
Well, if I had absolute proof that they were lying, yeah, I'd absolutely go to the press.
So,
In that hypothetical situation, absolutely.
hypothetically speaking, you got a sexual assault charge. You go to the press. Now they put you all over TV.
Well, that is a good chance that's going to be happening anyway. So there's that, but I mean, it obviously depends, but in the hypothetical situation you present, where you have proof that this is impossible, yeah, if I had to, I'd go to the press. But like I said, that wouldn't be my first choice. I'd go up the line, supervisory people above, those officers and individual prosecutors, what have you.
So, let's speak, you know, when you speak of, your answer is great. So when you're speaking of going to the prosecutor because you found something, do you think they would believe you or the police officer?
I think it depends on the nature of the evidence. And like I said, in the hypothetical situation you present, which is that, you know, this evidence demonstrates that it's factually impossible for this to have occurred, then I think I'd be believed. But like I said, depending on how that evidence works out, I'm not sure.
I like that answer. A couple of people raised their hand.
Okay, in your hypothetical question,
Vincent, do your badge number.
I'm sorry. My name is Vincent Mays, my badge number is 436.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Your hypothetical question, the police do something wrong, you could go to the internal affairs who oversee them. And you also could bring that evidence you got to the judge. And you could present it in the court. She can't answer that. I'm sorry.
So, we're just, you're asking questions, Mr. Hayes is answering them, is answering them, and that's how it's gonna go. I'm not getting involved.
No, Your Honor, this is your courtroom.
Oh, I know who's
No.
Okay, let's go, keep going. No, I don't answer questions. Let's go.
So to answer your question, is people you could go to with that evidence.
Tell me the people I go to.
The cop do something wrong, I'm going to his boss and then to the internal affairs who oversee the police. Then you could take that evidence. You in trial. Wait, your first question was, if they don't your first question was, if they ain't, it's perjury. If he sit up there and lie and you could prove he lied, that's 5 years for him in jail. That's perjury, so that's thrown out. So it is ways to get that evidence in court. The truth gonna come out. Might take you 30 years, but it'll come out.
Should have hired you.
Be in jail.
Anybody else?
Did anybody else have an answer to that? Did I miss the hands?
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
Thanks.
If I was in a situation where I was accused,
Sorry, badge number.
354,
Thank you.
of a crime, and I had indisputable evidence that I didn't do it, and I was brought into court, then I would go to a jury of my peers with the evidence and trust that they would be able to see that that's, the evidence proves that I didn't do it.
So, you wouldn't go to a judge or a DA and say, this is proof that this couldn't happen. You wouldn't go to them first before you got to trial.
If I was arrested and there was a pending trial or discussion of it, if I was innocent and I had evidence to prove that, I wouldn't accept probably any less than a trial to exonerate myself by presenting that evidence to a jury of my peers.
Do you think a person should be punished more if they go to trial to fight something?
The simple answer is no. We shouldn't be punished for trying to prove our innocence. We're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, and so there's a due process that we go through, and we shouldn't be punished for taking advantage of our right of due process.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. 100% agree. And I know you're Jeremy, right?
Question.
Next person.
Just, Kemu Jessamy, 313. I just want to circle back to the question you were asking about the police officer, if he lied. Are we saying like he lied on stand, or he's lied in the charges that were brought?
The charges.
Okay, he lied in the charges that were brought against you, and you have evidence to prove
Right.
that those charges are incorrect.
So
Okay.
we're not talking about this case.
Yeah, hypothetically speaking.
So hypothetically
Okay.
speaking,
Right.
you get the charging papers.
Right.
But you can prove
Right.
that the charges are false and it's a lie.
Understood. I just didn't understand if hypothetically was the trial started already and he had done it on the stand, or was this before hypothetically a trial had started. Okay, thank you for the clarification. That's what I was trying to understand.
This is Lenithia Harris, 461. I'm assuming that, like all of us, we didn't go to law school, and unless you're in the situation, you probably don't exercise every aspect of it. But I just have a question for you, just to kind of understand. And if you choose the right to go to trial because a situation or charges have been brought against someone, would you say it's fair that your choice is based on the fact that you believe in the justice system yourself? I mean, because you're in front of a jury. So would you say that you trust that the jury that you select or selected among the two of you, you believe in this process? Like, do you even believe in this process?
So I'm so sorry, Ms. Harris, and I understand your question and the importance of your question, but the law says that he's only allowed to ask questions of you.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'll try to put in a question.
John Barker, juror 356. The people that I've worked with in the past, in my industry, there's a lot of ex-felons in that. To my understanding, is that the prosecution, the DA or that, might make you an offer, like if you plead guilty, you get 20 years, but if you go to trial, you might be exonerated by the jury, or you might actually get more than 20 years. So it's kind of like a let's make a deal type of thing, where you have curtain number 1, 2, or 3. So is it fair? I mean, that's kind of how the system is to keep the court cases moving, to cut a deal rather than take the trial, because it's time consuming for all of us.
Right.
It costs money.
Agree.
Okay.
So, I ask you a question. So, if, hypothetically speaking, you had the choice of walking out the door, that's one of your choices, walking out the door. Your other choice is to go to trial. One is, like you brought up, take a deal, walk out the door. The other one is not take a deal and fight for what you believe in is right, and put your faith in a jury
Which one would you take? You have a choice to go back to your family, go back to your real life, or you can, we're in Vegas, you can gamble that you're telling the truth, and that a jury of your peers will find you not guilty.
I think they would both have the same net result. I mean, either have your freedom going after trial, or you say you can just walk.
So, hypothetically speaking, if you're accused of a crime, hypothetically speaking, say you're accused of burglary, but you know you didn't do it. But hypothetically speaking, you got a choice to say, what the hell, plea deal, I'll take it in this. Or do you fight for what you believe in, what you believe in American values, the United States Constitution, to give you a right to a trial? Remember, you go home to dinner tonight, or you remain and fight for what you believe in.
If I was innocent of the burglary accusation, I wouldn't take a deal. I'd go to trial.
I love your answer. I love it. I love it when people fight.
Okay, Mr. Davis, we don't need commentary, all right? I need you to just move along and ask the question, please.
Okay. Do you think that both parties should be able to have their witnesses come to court? Each party should be able to have their witnesses come to court? Or do you think one party should try to stop certain witnesses from coming to court? Do you think that's fair?
Jackie Landy, 382. I think you both have a right to bring witnesses forward, and that's just an important part of the process.
So, Jackie, so if you think one side is trying to stop witnesses from coming, they don't want the jury to hear them, you think that would be fair?
No, I do not.
So, you feel in court, at a trial, that all witnesses on both sides should be heard.
Yeah, it's someone's life and stakes are high, so I think that all evidence should be presented, witnesses or whatnot, unless it's inadmissible.
Anybody else got an opinion on that? This is a great point. I would like to hear somebody else's opinion on this. Thank you, Jack.
Steve Cole, 369. Witnesses to the crime, absolutely everybody should be heard. Character witnesses, you got to draw the line at some point.
I love it. Great answer. So, wait, back up.
No, you don't boss my marshal.
Oh, I'm not on.
When you say
No, it said
that,
had a question.
Oh, okay. Officer Keller.
Forgot the question.
Do you think both parties should be allowed to bring witnesses to the facts of the case?
Yes, but both sides, the law says that both sides could bring witnesses. So you can't stop her witnesses and she can't stop your witnesses. So they both will be heard.
Do you believe that, Vincent?
Yeah. Well, I would have got out of this a long time ago. Yes, the law.
So you believe that's the law?
Yes. You make a list of witnesses. She makes a list of witnesses. She give you her list. You give her your list, and they both get heard. And it's up to us whether we believe
Witnesses.
whoever your witnesses is, whoever her witnesses is. You get to hear them. She can't stop yours, and you can't stop hers.
Would you, thank you, Officer Kelly. Sorry, Officer Kelly. He had, I didn't see that. No.
Oh.
I didn't know. I spoke already.
Might be the last person to answer before Vince.
I had said something, but.
Oh, yeah, I got the mic from him. All right, thanks, Officer Kelly. This guy's a great guy. I love him. Do you think police testimony is very important? Do you give more merit to a police officer's testimony than a civilian? Anybody answer that?
Record should show no response.
No more questions for me. Thank you guys all. Thank you.
Mr. Davis, do you pass the panel?
Yes.
For call?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, what we're going to be doing is you will see a list being passed back and forth between the tables. This is when the actual jury selection is occurring. So please stay where you are seated because they need to see the seats that you're in. And feel free to talk with one another if you wouldn't mind just doing a little bit low so we can concentrate. And as soon as we're done, we'll have our jury picked. And those of you lucky enough to be selected will stay where you are. And those of you sad that you won't be remaining will get to leave. All right? So just sit tight for a minute. Sure, just 1 second.
I think they need a little break. Okay.
He's got the vodka.
Ladies and gentlemen.
He is systematically taking white males, and every person in this kid says
I can't hear her.
She's saying that you're systematically kicking white males, that every single person you kick has been a white male.
Except for one.
Excuse me?
So 4 or 5 preempts have been all white males.
Okay, noted for the record.
Carry on.
Those guys need to
Classic rock, Kansas. Yeah. You were in Vegas, weren't they, last year? I saw that. Cool. Wow. He still has a really good voice for that rock. He was on your Caesars a couple of years ago. And, yeah. Did you ever do Robin Trower? He was in a group called Triple Arrow. Late 60s, early 70s. And he had a album called Don't Be Wicked Song. And he has really excellent lead style. Jimmy Hendrix. If you like Jimmy Hendrix, you like Robin Trower. Out there by my yeah, it's one nice thing. He was here in Canada. He went to play the band. But I ladies in my school. He was just by himself. He wasn't on tour. The girl next door I grew up with Have you ever been to the, it's called the Rock and Roll Legends? Because it has like different artists. They don't always have the same people. Yeah, we should have three guitars, one so you're working tonight? Yeah. Oh, okay. So where do you do security? Oh, okay. I see some good shows there too. We saw Postmodern Jukebox a couple of months back. They take contemporary songs and they kind of sing them as like a 1950s or 50s. And then we saw Shin Lim. We saw him a couple of weeks ago. He's pretty good. Yeah. He won the place on my youngest boyfriend. He's awesome. Good as shit left, now you don't know what's it. Well, more like who they get rid of.
You went to Alaska?
Yeah.
Anchorage. Anchorage? I used to work in Alaska. Yes, I used to work at Denali.
Oh, wow.
Right after high school, I got on the plane the next day and I went home.
And they stayed. Oh my God. What an experience.
Yes.
Yeah, especially the weather.
When I went there, I arrived around 5 p.m. And I got to Alaska at 1 a.m. It looked like it was 6 in the morning. I was like,
Holy, yeah, when do I sleep?
I was driving with my grandma. And it was still daytime. Still daytime. We got to her lodge. Still daytime. Still daytime. I got my interview. When I got out, still daytime. Got my room. Got my things unpacked. Went to go eat. Went to see a movie. Still daylight. I look back. It was 3 in the morning the next day. I was like, oh my god. I was tired. Yeah, and when I was in my dorm or my room, they had blackout curtains, and then I put towels underneath the door. Our room was pitch black. I slept for I slept for like 16 hours. Yeah. I stayed there from June till mid-August. Yeah. Yeah, like right around maybe end of July, it starts getting dark at night, and then close to like more August, it gets more night than day, and you start to see the northern lights. Man, I would sleep all the time. I was like, why is it still dark? But it's 10 a.m.
Yeah, I know. When you go out, and you do something that's dark, and it's like, okay, it's going to start like this.
That's got to be weird. You're working. It's like, man, it's like, this shit will never get off. And then you go outside, it's night. It's still night.
You can't tell what the weather at all.
Yeah. When I went out there during the summer, I was out there. I was like, there's still small bananas. Yeah. Yeah. When I landed, they had like a what do you call it? A taxidermist or taxidermist did a white wolf. It was like a regular dog size, but I remember when I went there, it was like mid-season where a guy from California went hiking and he saw a grizzly. He starts taking pictures. And so the tour guide says, okay, when you're working in the area, so they leave. But the California dude stayed. He's taking pictures. Bear sees him and he goes up to him, he's taking pictures. The last picture was the bear dog. Yeah.
Salmon that spawn. So what's I thought that was great. I thought it was clear.
Yeah. You got to wait till it's fully developed. You have to wait till the fish is fully
People thought I
developed.
went to Mexico as a charity. I just not with the
No, I went where the cold was.
Changed planes in Amsterdam.
But yeah, it I sometimes went on like night hikes too. It wasn't a smart decision, but because it was night, the stars were lit up. You could see the northern lights, and you could see the trees. You could see the trees. You could see it through the trees. So we went to this big creek, and we walked up on the creek. And then I heard wolves howl. I was like, maybe we should turn back. I was like, maybe we should go back. I don't want to get eaten. Yeah, they're looking for food. I don't want to be food. But it kind of like made me in touch with my nature side because I am Native American, and I like nature, and I like hiking, and I like spiritual healing and all that stuff.
And then we went to the Van Gogh museum too.
And my grandmother's sister, my aunt, she's I forgot the Hispanic word for it.
All right, so if I call your name, please stand up and move to the back of the room. Everyone else just stay put, all right? So, badge number 322, Randall Hance. Badge number 330, Randy Dickinson. Badge number 452, Jeffrey Overshaw. Badge number 349, Larry Johnson. Badge number 441, Christine Escalante. Badge number 354, Jeremy Failing. Badge number 369, Stephen Cole. Badge number 443, Jessica Brown. Badge number 373, Karen Gillard. Badge number 375, Chad Hayes. Badge number 382, Jackie Landy. Badge number 463, Jason Gordon. Badge number 455, Jessica Narkonsky. Badge number 449, Patricia Hagan. Badge number 413, Giselle Carmona. Badge number 426, Sean Armstrong. Badge number 429, Valeria Mendoza. And badge number 437, Tammy Esposito. All right, so with the 4 jurors that remain, Mr. Mays, if those 4 jurors could come up here for me for a second. All right, and if you guys wouldn't if you just would remind, just remain standing and just stand over to the right for a second, please. All right, so the individuals that are in front of the attorneys are our jury. Those of you who are standing or sitting in the audience, I really appreciate you coming here. Those of you that arrived yesterday and those of you that are arrived today, I really appreciate it. It's an important part of this process. I appreciate you being willing to answer these questions, many of which were hard for some of you. So I appreciate your time. You are all excused, and you will not be part of this jury. Thank you.
Third floor. Can you take everything down to the floor?
Ms. Shaw, could you go sit? Ms. Roman, would you sit next to Ms. Shaw, please? And would the 2 gentlemen follow suit?
Do we have to go in order, like, okay, thank you.
Ms. Uborgi, if you wouldn't mind sitting right there. Ms. Hardesty, next to her. Mr. Cerrone, next to her. Mr. Nebaker, next to Mr. Cerrone. Ms. Williams, if you wouldn't mind following next. Ms. Hughes. And then it'll go Corey in the front, wherever you would like to sit. Oh, of course, you sit there, yeah. It's just that Mr. Hayes has to be able to sit to the right of you.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, so you can sit wherever you want, but Mr. Hayes needs to be, so we remain in order. Sorry. Okay, you guys, this is our jury. So I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to let you guys go. Tomorrow we're starting jury. Tomorrow we're going to get a full day in, so we're starting at 9:30. So please come up front to the courtroom, outside of the courtroom, at 9:30. At that point in time, actually Dean is going to give you your badges right now. So those will say actual jurors, Department 6, so people know not to talk to you. And then I'll go through all the opening instructions tomorrow and we'll get going. I don't want to do that tonight because it's been a long day for a lot of you. And so badges are going to go home with you. You can take those badges off. These are the badges that Marshall O'Kelly's handing you now that you'll wear. These are the seats that you'll be in for the entire trial, except for my Mr. Mays and Mr. Harden. If you, at some point in time, if you feel like you're not getting a good view of the witnesses with the TVs, feel free to move to the left. Okay? All right, you guys, during the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this trial by any medium of information, including without limitation, to newspapers, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with this trial until the case is finally submitted to you. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
When you come through screening, we're going to go out here. I'm going to show you guys where to park. But when you come through screening, if you wear these, you don't have to take off your shoes. Okay, everything else goes through the X-ray machine, but wear the badge when you come through. We'll go out in the hall and talk real quick. All right, ladies.
Outside the presence of the jury. We'll start tomorrow at 9:30 with opening statements. You may or may not know, but you can choose to give an opening statement tomorrow, or you can wait in giving your opening statement until you until you present your case in chief. So I'll leave that up to you.
I want to challenge the Batson rule. The only two blacks.
Okay, whoa. You just agreed. You can't challenge a Batson, it's over. They just left. You have to make a Batson challenge long before the jury selected, sir.
Your Honor, once the jury I made Batson.
When?
I made Batson yesterday in court.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't a Batson challenge.
I challenged this jury because, Your Honor, I'm a black African-American male. To not have a black African-American male on my jury is unconstitutional right. I mean, it's not.
Can I see the thing?
There are 6 African American females on this. There's 6 African American females on the jury. There are 2 African American males as alternates. The state did not preempt anyone of African American ethnicity.
There are 8 African Americans on the jury.
Your Honor, I got the motion here.
Okay, but this is the thing. What I'm trying to tell you is you can't do a Batson challenge now. The jury just left. You can't wait until it's the end of the day and raise a Batson challenge.
Well, there was no other way. Yeah, I'm challenging procedures used to select the alternates.
Now, I'm sorry, I'm not following. The alternate jurors?
I can paraphrase his concerns, Your Honor, if you want me to.
If you wouldn't mind.
Okay. The only 2 black males are sitting in less an alternate position. I told him I didn't know how you chose the alternates, whether it would be a random assignment or whether it would end up being that. I think he's making this objection thinking that you are selecting the last 2 jurors, and those are the only 2 African American males on the juries to be the alternates. I gather that's what it says. But I told him I didn't know how you were choosing the alternates, whether it was random selection or whether it was the last 2.
So, and I recognize your standby, and so I don't expect you to hear or remember every single thing I said, but one thing that I did discuss was the fact that in here, jurors number 13 and 14 are always the alternates. However, the juror, obviously I don't tell the jurors themselves. So jurors number 13 and 14 are the alternates in every single case. And I also stated that that both sides, the last preempt had to be for the alternate. So that when I was going through jury selection process, those were the things that I went over. So it's, you're not making a Batson challenge, you are challenging the court's way of how I decide who the alternates are on the jury.
No, Your Honor, I'm not challenging you.
Challenging the procedure.
I'm not challenging your procedures because it's your courtroom and you do things the way you want because it's your courtroom. I'm challenging, trying to get it, the makeup of, Your Honor, I don't know how delicately I can put this, but I am a black African-American male, and to not have one black African-American male on my jury seems like, it seems like the craziest thing I ever heard. I never even heard of that.
Okay, so I just need to understand. So are you making a challenge stating that these individuals were not a fair representation of a cross-section of the community, or are you stating there's a Batson challenge? Because just so you know, the record will clearly reflect that Ms. Collins did not strike one African-American.
Because there wasn't any.
Okay, so then therefore, your objection isn't as to Batson, it's that there wasn't a cross-section of your community, meaning you weren't fairly represented by African-American males.
Look.
Yes or no?
Yes, I wasn't fairly represented because
Okay.
it's black people in my area, but there's not a black person on my jury. If
There are 8 black people on your jury.
there is not a black male on my jury, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's not a black. Can I?
No, not right now. What I'm trying to nail down is your objection, because you already have made multiple times that you don't believe that this is a fair representation or a cross-section of the community.
Right.
That objection has been noted every single time you have brought it up. I am also making a court exhibit from Miss Mariah Witt, who's the jury commissioner, of how they do that makeup, okay? So, like I said, I will make you a copy of that, but you made your objection, I've overruled it.
Your Honor, look, right, okay. Your Honor, this is practically case law. You take Durham versus Missouri, where upon information believed that the makeup has to be an African-American male on the
There is absolutely not one case that you can cite to that says there has to be one African-American
I got a
male on a jury.
motion challenging the composition of the Bureau due to the systematic unrepresentation of one race of males. I'm up against a rape charge. It's not against a male. It's up against a female. So just because it's 6 black females, what about the one male that can see things my way?
So you're saying only black males can see things your way?
I didn't say that. I said, what about the possibility of one black male that sees that's me?
So can the white male see from your standpoint?
A white male cannot live in this, cannot see what the same thing a black, they don't go through, a white male, just like a black male, just like I can't say what is in this, what the white race is. A black male cannot say what the white race is. A white race cannot think what the black race is.
So you just told this entire panel that you don't see color, and then it's not about color, it's about the facts. And you agreed when jurors said it shouldn't matter about any of our color because it's about the facts. So what you're saying now is completely opposite to what you just stood and said in front of this jury.
Your Honor, I was raised in foster homes, all white foster homes. I have a sister who's half black and half white. I was a product of the system, but I felt like I overcame it because I am open. My opinion is I don't see color. I don't want to judge people based on color. But I think when a person is up for charges against a woman, say, I don't have no problem with all women she allowed. This is a crime against women. And what's going on in this country, we know how the Me Too movement and everything is going on. So it's a lot of jobs. So to not have a male, a black male, when I'm a black African-American male, and to not have 1 out of 12 on the jury, not African-American male, I don't see how anyone can see that that's fair.
Okay, well, your objection has been noted for the record. We spoke about this the first day of trial. We spoke about this again today. It's noted for the record. I'll make sure that that transcript is made an exhibit, and it's noted, it's overruled, and tomorrow we start at 9:30.
Just for the record, just so the court knows, Marshall O'Kelly made me a copy of another witness list by the defendant, not filed, no phone number information. One of the witnesses is from Beverly Hills, another one in New York. The only, I have no idea what these people are going to say, and I've received no discovery other than those Facebook posts by the defendant. I am going to inquire, though, if about one individual by the name of Divine Brown, that may have been somebody I prosecuted.
You prosecuted Divine Brown?
I did. Back a million years ago, right after she was caught.
Right when she was what?
Right after she was caught with Hugh Grant. If it's the same Divine Brown.
Oh.
No, that's not her.
Okay. That's
So
all I'm asking.
So, Your Honor, when she talks about my list, it was 2 lists just like this. The reason why she didn't get both lists at the same time, because the other one was stuck behind there. But I did give the state both these lists. You were in presence when I gave her a list, and she says, okay, I want to get to these witnesses. None of these witnesses have moved. They're all in the same place. So the ones that came from out of town, she had every right to, this is months and months ago she got these lists.
Okay, are those the list of the alibi witnesses? Because
No, this ain't the alibi witness.
I don't, so all I know is about the list of the alibi witnesses.
There's only one list, there's only one alibi witness.
Well, there was a witness sheet of 10 witnesses.
No.
That was filed by Mr. Mueller. I looked at that, and then I looked at the witnesses that are on your piece of paper. Nobody is the same.
Because Mr. Mueller, for some reason, I don't know how they couldn't be the same, because when I gave him all of this, he had all of this. To not allow me witnesses already, I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm not saying she can't bring witnesses. She went and got them from out of
So
state.
what you, there are rules. There are rules. And the rules state that you have to have your witnesses in 5 days before trial started. Otherwise, that's trial by ambush.
She gave me discovery, the witness list, my witness list. So obviously she had it. When she handed me her discovery, my witness list was in it. So she had it.
Well, are you sure that didn't come from Mr. Mueller?
No, it was in what she gave me.
Okay, Ms. Collins, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to say this for the last time. The first time I've seen the handwritten sheet was when he handed it to me in court.
Today?
Today.
Okay.
Okay. And then the second sheet I got today from your marshal that was given to him by your marshal to get copies. I don't know what he gave Craig Mueller. Craig Mueller did not give it to me. So when he makes a record that I've had it for months, that is inaccurate. This case hasn't even been going on for months. I would not.
5 months.
Mr. Davis, I haven't interrupted you today. Can you please let me finish so we can get out of here? No witness list would have been exchanged at the probable cause hearing. No witness list was filed by Mr. Mueller until July 19th or 20th, 2 days before trial. I haven't gone through the alibi notice to see if these match. My court just said they don't. I haven't had time to do that today. So
They don't, because I was trying to, does anybody have the previous case number?
No, yeah, but
46075, is that it?
46075?
No. Previous case number.
All right, so if you look at the alibi witness, these are the individuals on that sheet. Fred Wolf, LaShonda Henry, Kiara Andrews, Kenny Flowers, Dan Highmiller, Terry Bean, Justine Brooks, Eric Shrimp, Claudia Dominguez, and Stephanie Esparza. None of those are the same on the sheet that's right there.
Your Honor, sending me to trial with 9 counts and no witnesses that I can bring to defend myself sounds like the most ludicrous thing I ever heard in my life.
Let me ask you this, do you think that the rules shouldn't apply to you?
I think, okay,
Do you think the rules shouldn't apply
I
to you?
didn't say the rules shouldn't apply to
But
me,
if the
Your Honor.
rule says you have to have filed and served,
Your Honor.
is that witness sheet filed?
She,
Is it filed?
no. So I can't bring none of my witnesses. No witnesses.
You're gonna have to file a motion pursuant to the witness statutes that discusses good cause in the late filing.
Your Honor, I want to file for a change of venue. I want to file for a change of venue. I cannot get a fair trial in this courtroom.
Okay. We've already discussed your change of venue.
I want to file for a change of venue. This is ridiculous that you want me to go to court with no witnesses. This is called railroading.
I want you to follow the rules.
This is called railroading. Greg Mueller, my previous attorney, gave her the list. When she gave me discovery, this list was in my discovery. That means my witness list was in her possession. She even sat here in court when she got the first witness list from Mr. Mueller, and she said, oh, I want to get my key eye on this to investigate these guys.
And I remember,
I know you
I
brought it
remember
up yesterday.
specifically what you're talking about, and that was the alibi witness sheet that was filed in court. I have it on record. We were talking about the alibi witness that was filed on 4 o'clock on a Friday before the trial began.
Yeah.
What I am telling you is I am not denying you your right to call witnesses. I am asking you to file a motion pursuant to the statute, which is a rule you must follow, to show why late notice is being filed and good cause. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Your Honor, I'm literally tired of writing motions until 2, 3 in the morning, and all they do is get ejected. I had over 20 between me and Greg Miller. We had over 20 motions. They were all ejected. None of the DA's motions have been objected to. I think, first off, I think she has got preferred treatment in this courtroom. I haven't asked for any. I don't expect it. Just like the juror said, they think everybody should be able to call their witness. I do not question any of her witnesses. She got witnesses from out of town from 15 years ago. I didn't question them.
She also filed the rules and had
I did
them
not.
filed within 5 days of trial.
Yep.
You want to make this about me. This isn't about me. What I have to do as a judge is I have to make sure you guys follow the rules. I have to make sure she follows the rules. If she came in here and was saying the same thing you were saying, I would have the same opinion as to her. If you would like to call these witnesses late, then please file a motion explaining why there is good cause that there was no notice. That's all I'm asking you to do is follow the rules.
Your Honor, I do not want to file another motion that is denied by this court.
Okay, then don't file it.
Every motion I have filed has been denied by this court of law. Greg Mueller has filed numerous motions, all denied. I have filed numerous motions, all denied. That's why I went to the clerk to try to file a motion that maybe I can get through. It is unconstitutional to say somebody cannot have a witness in a case of this magnitude and say, oh, okay, we got rid of all your black jurors, male jurors. Now we're going to get rid of your witness. This is called railroad, and this is what's going on with black Americans in the United States. They are being railroaded by the system.
Alrighty. So, Ms. Collins, do you have any representations to make?
As to the 2 African-American males that are in seats 13 and 14, there was nothing. Defendant picked the last juror that was on the panel, Ms. Espinoza, that moved those 2 gentlemen up in the order so that they did make it onto the jury. Otherwise, had he not, the state had no control over those last 2 jurors, is what I'm saying. I mean, there was no way for me to kick people behind them to get them onto the panel. There was no way for me to orchestrate them actually making it into the 12, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know if that makes any difference to the court, but he's saying that, the state has excluded all the African-American males, and
Yes.
Let her finish.
and there was no way for the state to exercise its peremptory challenges that would have necessarily made those two gentlemen get into the 12, is what I'm saying.
I understand.
Okay.
So pursuant to 174.234, except as otherwise provided in this section, not less than 5 judicial days before trial or at such other time as the court directs, if the defendant will be tried for one or more of the offenses that are punishable as a gross misdemeanor or felony, the defendant shall file and serve upon the prosecuting attorney a written notice containing the names and last known addresses of all witnesses the defendant intends to call during the case in chief of the defendant, and the prosecuting attorney shall file and serve upon the defendant a written notice containing the names and last known addresses of all witnesses the prosecuting attorney intends to call during the case in chief. So, NRS 174.234 requires notice within 5 days of trial of the last known address as well as the first and last name of the individual. What I've explained to the defendant is if he wishes to call those individuals that were not noticed, then I just ask that an affidavit be filed in regards to the reason for the delay. Obviously, if the defense and the state work out any type of stipulation in regards to who's being called, whatever you guys want to do. But I would just ask the defendant to read NRS 174.234 and make sure that that is followed.
I want it on record that I want you to ask the state, the courts, I would like to recuse from this case.
Okay, so you'd like me to recuse myself?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to then, so you're willing to,
Yes, I'm willing to waive time to recuse you.
okay? So I will have Judge Villani handle that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So if you want to be present in here with Judge Villani, he will decide that.
Yes, okay.
So, what would the court like the state to do with its witnesses? I mean,
Nothing. Keep it everything as is.